actually, we can start to be in the time. Welcome everybody to our Symposium 2021 AIDEM. Thanks a lot to Stephanie Auer to make it happen again, that it's again possible. Yeah, last year was the first symposium, and yeah, second international symposium on artificial intelligence for prevention and intervention in dementia care. And I'm extremely happy to chair that together with Sandra Schüssler from the Medical University Graz Institute of Internal Medicine, and Björn Schuller, University of Augsburg, and chair health and well-being. So I mean, it's a long list that I could go down now. So a lot of professional obligations. So thanks for all to join us here together. Maybe we switch now to the slide view and can maybe have a first insight. Was just ahead of us today. Yeah, I mean, although maybe there are not so many visitors yet, but we will start anyway. So in this sense, we will have an overlook on the organization. Thanks. Yeah. So I talked already about the chairing committee. And maybe Sandra, you want to say some words from your side, please.
So I'm very happy to be here today because emerging technologies are so important for the nursing science, and it would help to give very good qualitative care. And I think it's very important technologies to support the caregivers and also persons with dementia and their relatives. And therefore, I think this is very important for the future and also for now.
Thanks a lot, Sandra. Björn, maybe you also want to give us a message from your side?
Yeah, thanks for organizing this. And I really look forward to seeing all the presentations. I'm particularly curious, of course, to see what we can really do with AI to help and make a difference. And yeah. Look forward to today's outcomes and to the future efforts we will be doing as a community.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, Björn. Thanks a lot, Sandra. So yeah, we have the local chair, Stefan Professor Auer, who is hosting the whole conference. And you, of course, are also hopefully motivated to look into the other sessions that are running today and tomorrow, still other sessions. And yeah, this is really a topic in terms of a challenge for us all, the social challenge, the medical challenge, the technical challenge. And in the afternoon, we'll have also some companies that are presenting in a kind of demo type their products, but also their view on this kind of particular thematic field. And we will come later in the afternoon to that. So basically, that will be also in the way of presenting videos, short videos, but then, of course, you can also, well, interact with those who are present there and from the companies. Yeah, this is just a view on our three keynote speakers. In this sense, okay, we have Professor Lorenz Granrath from Tohoku University, and I think that will be extremely interesting to see this kind of interactions between basically the Japanese view on the technology, but also on dementia, and on the other hand, the European view. So there's quite a large consortium that is involved. And in this sense, we have an intercontinental view, so to say. Then we have before lunch Professor Holger Fröhlich from Fraunhofer, SCAI, and this is really a AI view on in different ways and giving us an idea what could be possible in the next years. And third, but not least, so to say, Professor Craig Stark, please stay with us until the end of the symposium, because that will also be extremely interesting, exciting presentation on the one hand from the neurobiology, but also on the other hand from the digital intervention, having a serious game, and it looks like there are very positive results in this direction. Yeah, Well, in this sense, the question is now, what is ahead of us from the program? Maybe you have all received that. Maybe taking a little bit time to switch it around. So maybe I just click another time. Yeah, okay. So here we have, of course, the overview. We start with the first keynote from Prof. Granrath. Then Björn will give us again, last year it was already very exciting, another view from the language side, from the auditive side and the artificial intelligence side. Then Sandra will talk about the social robot Pepper application and what that really brought for the target group. And then we have from Erwin Meinders from Mentech Innovation Company in the Netherlands, very interesting view on the use of sensor technology in regard what can be measured in terms of stress of people and what's how that can be treated to make a meaningful application. And then we have another keynote, as I said before, from Holger Fröhlich about the relation between the AI and individualized treatment. Then we have a break. And after the break, it's 1 hour to take a relief a little bit. Afterwards, we have from Maastricht University, there's a lot going on from the applied epidemiology side about really a perfect overview, I think, about the risk factors for dementia and what can be done to reduce those factors, basically. The next slide, I think, can you, or, okay, thanks a lot. The next slide shows what is ahead of us in the afternoon from the company Digital Life. Nicoletta Sahn will present about multimodal intervention and the view from the company, and also a little bit of a review on that side. Then I will talk about virtual technology and eye tracking, about the studies in this direction, and another very interesting presentation about assistive technology and memory training. Then in the afternoon, as I've presented before or mentioned before, we have 5 different demonstrations. First, from this tablet-based multimodal training approach from Digital Life, then camera-based approach and AI-oriented from Cogvis GmbH, something about wearables and different kind of application from 2 PCA solutions. Then something about incontinency, Dignisense, also very interesting approach, and natural will, I think, focus on virtual reality applications. And then in the end, as I've said before, we have this view from neurobiology, but also from this digital approaches in this direction. And then I hope you will stay with us, if it's possible, until the end of the day. And we will have, I hope, interesting and fruitful communication and interaction in this way. Yeah, so fine. Then I would say a little bit, sorry, it's too early. The break will be a little bit later. But we are something like 1 minute in front, but I think we can start the first video about stock. One moment, I just want to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Lorenz Granrath. He is specially appointed assistant professor at Tohoku University and working in the Smart Aging Research Center, SARC, since May this year. The competence of SARC is fighting dementia by analyzing the correlation with health and lifestyle. And they have a very huge database about it that is very famous. Dr. Granrath is supporting SARC in organizing the Japanese side of the project E-VITA, especially looking at the dissemination, and is initiating new international collaboration with institutes in industry for SARC. Besides that, he also acts as non-key expert for the European Commission in human-centric AI. He is senior advisor for some companies and visiting lecturer for the PhD course Energy Next at Waseda University in Japan. He worked the past 7 years as senior innovation coordinator at the AI Research Center of AIST, initiating international AI research projects, and this is one of that day he will be presenting. Before that, he set up the Fraunhofer Representative Office Japan since 2001, building up a big network in industry and science. So I hope you enjoy now the keynote talk of Professor Lorenz Granrath.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to present today at AIDEM 2021 the EU-Japan project Evita, Virtual Coach for Smart Aging. I am myself, my name is Lorenz Granrath. I'm assistant professor at the Smart Aging Research Center at Tohoku University, which you can see on this picture in the background. We are the Japanese organizer of this program. I would like today to briefly introduce our institute at Tohoku University and then talk about the EU-Japan project Evita. For people who don't know, the location of Tohoku University and the situation of Tohoku University, in many rankings we are placed #1 for education in Japan, but it's definitely one of the 3 designated national universities in Japan, together with Tokyo University and Kyoto University. It is located in Sendai in the Tohoku area. It's about 350 kilometers north of Tokyo. The core values actually of the university is research first, open door and practice oriented. I myself have started in Japan in 2001 as representative of Fraunhofer, and 2005 already we started a collaboration with Tohoku University and had an annual Fraunhofer in Sendai workshop about MEMS technology, so mechanical electrical microsystems, and respective project center, Fraunhofer Project Center, still exists at Tohoku University. The institute I'm now working in is the Institute of Development, Aging and Cancer. And inside of this institute, you see here in the small picture the 4 buildings. The small building is the laboratory building with MRIs and a lot of technical equipment. In 2006, actually, the institute started to research about smart aging. In 2017, the Smart Aging Research Center was created, and you see it here on the right picture. It's a very modern building, and the goal is to do brain research. You see here a lot of pictures and pictures of brain pictures, and they are analyzed. And so aging science, cancer science, brain science, cognitive science are the major activities. In the Smart Aging Research Center, as I told already, we have a lot of equipment to brain research, and here the goal, the clear goal, is dementia-free society. So to help to prevent dementia, and a very famous person actually is the director of AIDAC, Professor Kawashima. He developed together with Nintendo the brain training devices. So the whole cognitive intervention actually is a big topic. Cognitive science is a big other topic. Then technology development for early diagnosis, and large brain database is Professor Taki. I'm currently working for him. The competence is human brain development studies, and here the correlations actually between inferences and the brain's physiology, so how blood is circulating, but also the cognitive resource of the brain and the memory. And what we are actually finding out is what factors are affecting the brain aging. And this is, of course, the body mass index, but also intellectual curiosity and many other factors. The typical industry academia collaboration activities are quite a broad field. So we have consulted a Krems school that wanted to know how children's brain develops, but also a robot maker to see if the robot gives a lot of fun to children and also their parents, or a tourism company that is specialized on senior citizens that also wanted to see if the travel actually also stimulates old people a lot. And then, of course, many other companies we have done research for, and currently are even talking with automotive companies. The important aspect actually is lifestyle improvement. So, of course, you should drink less, smoke less, and eat healthy food. But of course, also exercise and sleeping are important. And these factors can influence also the dementia. So on this background, actually, our institute, Smart Aging Research Center, is the organizer of the Japanese side of the Evita project. And this started this year in January. It's financed by Europe from Horizon 2020, and on the Japanese side from Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication, and has altogether 22 partners. So there are several in Germany. Fraunhofer, I was working for Fraunhofer before. They actually swapped with some AI institute, but we have different universities. We have caretaking institutions, and we also have engineering from Italy and partners in France and Belgium. And here in Japan, mainly you see here the Tohoku University, but also NAU. It's a brainwave analyzing company. Misawa is a home builder and smart home builder. Then we have two other universities, JF Oberlin and Waseda. We have the Japanese Quality Association. We have AIST. That's where I was employed the last 7 years. And here AIST runs the biggest AI research center in Japan, the National AI Research Center. And also we have Gatebox. I will show later some picture what they do. They make a hologram device, which we also use, and National Center for Geriatrics and Gerontology. So quite a broad area of participants. So the objectives actually is we have to set standards and norms for interoperability. We have to look on intercultural aspects, and we have to look on what kind of smart living support we can give, and what kind of tailored active and healthy aging interventions for physical, cognitive, emotional, social well-being. And in Europe and in Japan, we need practice-based ICT tools, especially for adult people that might not be so well with IT things, and even I get sometimes irritated. So we have to look at this too. We will do proof of concept study. So assess actually our findings in real life environments. And we have also find out about the feasibility of new ecosystem for disruptive innovations of this coaching, and maybe also incubate some industrial activities at small companies or NGOs and so forth. So what do older people need? Basically, the old person wants still be autonomous, so do things that they want to do. They want to feel safe. I think safety or security is a big increasing issue when you get older. They want to be competent, so good in what they do. They want to have some exciting experiences. They want to relate to other people and feel close to them. They want some physicalness. That's actually the body gets what it needs. They need a meaning in life, and they want to be popular. So they want to feel that it makes some impact what they are doing. So the system itself, how is it built up? So we have the elderly person, and we have the virtual coach, and here we have different agents or actors, which I will show later. We have then actually an AI system that builds up on data from a smart living environment, like voice, face, and gesture recognition, and emotion and distress detection, social computing. This will be put into knowledge graphs to structure the data and the knowledge. And then actually we look at the support areas, and this is social networking, physical activity and diet, risk avoidance, spirituality, the cognitive function, and leisure and well-being. And of course, the system has a dialogue system so that it can communicate either directly with the elderly person or even through some community coach. The technical architecture is just set up, and we have a lot of devices actually that we can think of. We have the middle layer of the dialogue system, so the AI system behind data fusion and analytics, dialogue system, social computing, emotional computing, machine learning, and active and healthy aging coaching interventions. And this itself is embedded into the system, and what kind of user interface will be used finally, that has to be seen. The technical side is based on FIBRE, and on the other side we have natural language understanding, we have device and response selection, dialogue manager, and multimodal semantic question answering, natural language generation. So we actually need a dialogue system that can handle a dialogue between the old person and between our coach. The knowledge graphs, the semantic ontologies actually are looking into images. They use data from sensors, but also text, the user status, then the context, the language and references. and tries to build up the ontology which is needed to actually be a good coach. Now, I would like to introduce briefly the different devices that we use. So we think that old people do not want to interact with the traditional devices like maybe mobile phone or some iPad, but we would like to see how they actually interact with intelligent devices. And this one here, which you can see, is a hologram, which is actually a very cute person, but that can be changed. But this really also interacts with you, and it can of course communicate, but then also make movements, and when you go to sleep, also the hologram goes to sleep. So I think this is a very there's a figure that actually really motivates people. Then we also will look at robots. So here is the Now robot, and this is this researcher from AIST, Christina Jokinen, and she also kindly supported this presentation. And here you see this robot can communicate and at the same time also make movements. And I remember she made an experiment with me. I had to communicate with the robot and really see if it's different. My eye movement and my actuation is different than when if I communicate with humans, and it is. But this robot is really very interesting. Then also we use a spiritual object. So this is Daruma. This comes from the Japanese belief. Actually, it's a monk that was sitting so long that actually his legs fell off, and it's a very cute figure that you can also buy at shrines and temples, and that brings good luck, especially when you paint one eye black, and when the wish comes true, then you paint the other eye black. So I also did this when I was in Tokyo the first time in 92, 93. But there's also a Catholic device, so we will look at different such issues. Then we have also androids. They are from AIST, and currently we have this lady in our laboratory, and this android really looks and acts a little bit like a human. So the communication also is very different than with the robot Now, for example. Then we use different intelligent devices, and this one here is from the company NAU, that is also part of our consortium, and this device actually measures the brain activity. The basic structure of our project is looking at the social engagement, and here the older person stands in the center, and at the same time we have a multi-stakeholder approach and look at the industry, the community, and the university, and look at the factors that are important for older adults. So they have to, the industry has to offer actually devices that are useful and enjoyable. Also the community and the older person have to develop some meaningful activities. And of course, we have a learning situation for the older adults still should learn, and this again can be supported by universities, but also by the community and also by the industry. So our multi-stakeholder approach looks at all stakeholders that are involved. I would now come to another topic, which is also a little bit related to what we are doing, especially looking to Japan. Many people might know especially the digitalization of industry in Germany, called Industry 4.0, or the fourth industrial revolution. This is looking to industry, although in Germany it's also used for many other things in the society. But Japan actually created the term Society 5.0. And this Society 5.0 actually looks at the different stages of society, starting from hunting and gathering, then agricultural society, then we have the industrial society, and currently we are actually in the information society. And the question is, what is coming next? Next is Society 5.0, which is the so-called super smart society. It uses AI, and it's also characterized as the AI-ready society. So what is the idea? The idea behind Society 5.0 is actually an advanced fusion of cyber-physical systems, which very simply means we have the physical system. So we have, for example, a hospital, we have an office, we have maybe a restaurant, we have cars and factories and so on. And from these physical systems, we have so-called digital twins, so an exact digital copy, which is not simply the control of the system or the software control, but it really has the image of the whole function of such a system. So it contains information about the age, about the weight, about all the components running inside. And then also it collects sensor informations, as you can see here on the picture, sensors everywhere. And these sensors produce additional data. So all types of data gathered from sensors installed throughout the physical space is then actually accumulated in the cyberspace and analyzed by artificial intelligence that exceeds the capabilities of humans. So it's very easy to see that in such big data, actually humans cannot find any pattern anymore, but artificial intelligence can. And the results of that will be fed back into the physical space in the form of robots or automatic driving and automatic delivery. So basically, through this data, this big data and the analysis through AI, we can simulate things in the real world, in the physical space, and we can optimize it and yeah, like that, produce good results. This Society 5.0 already also included healthcare and caretaking. So the pictures I got are from the Japanese Cabinet Office, and this one you see here is an official picture of the Japanese Cabinet Office concerning Society 5.0. And here you see already an old person, and you see that he worries about some symptoms getting worse and what he can do about it. And basically, here is the same. So many informations from medical side, environment data or medical data of this person, plus real-time physiological data are then analyzed by artificial intelligence, and then basically you can optimize the treatment, and you can look at how his burden could be reduced, maybe by having some caregiving robots, or early detection of illness through real-time health checkups, and finally helping him to have a more safer life. So basically, this whole ideas are the same, or this concept is the same as we are trying to achieve with the Evita coach. Maybe not going into medical analysis and treatment, but looking at the prevention and at helping the person. So the idea is pretty much the same. And this finally led to the so-called digital twin for aging. So I described already the digital twin is digital copy or digital simulation of the original with all its functions. And this can be used to actually help in some case of problems. And if you look back, many people actually say that classically the first digital twin was used for Apollo 13. You might remember that they had some severe problem in the spacecraft, and actually on the ground they had a one-to-one copy of the spacecraft with all the tools that they had in the spacecraft itself. So when they had this problem on Earth, they could really try to check everything and try to find a solution by using what they have in the spacecraft. And finally, they could save the people. So this was, of course, a really physical twin, so to say, but through the telecommunication, it was maybe the first digital twin. Today, we have this in factories. We have digital twins of machine tools that analyze the vibrations. And when AI sees, vibration is going out of normal, then some maintenance is necessary. And a very similar thing we will have also with people. There is already a digital twin for health. And here, especially using some artificial heart model. But what we are thinking of is digital twin for aging. So we have our descriptive data like the health history, physical condition, and so on. And then we have actually this daily life activity data, and this will be analyzed by AI, like our coach Evita. And when this realizes something is changing, some pattern is changing, then actually you can conclude that something should be done, and this allows some personalized care. So this is a little bit the overview about what we are trying to do, and this digital twin is a new idea that we are also now discussing in this Evita project, and I'm pretty sure in the future we will have such a thing. But of course, we have to take care of many issues like privacy issues and so on. So these are addressed in our project, and I'm looking forward to having some good results at the end. Thank you very much for listening to my presentations, and I'm open for some questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Lorenz, for this very impressive overview, but also insight into what is really investigated in this huge and very motivating project. It will be very interesting. I would just like to ask those who are kind of presenters and authors and so on, they're in a way on a level that they can directly ask questions. The others, they can please write a question into the question and answer field, or raise their hand. There's also a button for that at the bottom line, and then they can speak up and we can communicate about that. Maybe I just see whether we have any questions from the auditory for a second. Yeah, maybe I start with a question. So that was very impressive. So particularly also these intelligent gadgets that you have presented, this avatar, that's very interesting. I don't know if in Europe something like that exists, and also the interaction with the robots and so on. So in Europe, we know that the elderly generation, of course, is just slowly going to use this kind of device and so on. What's your view about the Japanese community, the Japanese elderly? So are there some communities that will kind of try to investigate how that is used, or maybe you get some response? That would be really interesting from your point of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, frankly speaking, in Japan, also these gadgets are not yet so used so much. Of course, Japan is always seen as a high-tech country, but if you look at the living of elderly people, it's not really high-tech. So part of the project actually is to find out how is the resonance, how do people like this kind of things, and we set up a living lab in the Tohoku University, which looks like a room or like an apartment with a sofa and so on, and then people can communicate with these robots and these different tools. And we had the first ones actually just this week, and people were very open, and I think it's a very positive thing. But of course, not many really have those tools yet. And in our project, in the Evita project, of course, this is more the interface actually. So all the AI system we have behind, the coaching we have behind, wants to see how to best communicate with the people. So maybe not everybody likes his smartphone, especially older people, but maybe some other device. And that could be quite also interesting to see what will be the result then.
Yeah, thanks. Very, very interesting. So these new technologies and gadgets, so they're maybe more intuitive to some sense. If you have this avatar in this direction, then maybe it's easier to communicate than over a smartphone or a tablet. That's extremely interesting. So maybe, since I do not see a question currently, but I'm still encouraging everyone to go on, but maybe I would be interested, how is because it's a Japanese European project, how do you see the integration or the communication? So is there specific technologies on the Japanese side, specific technologies on the European side? How do you see that from your point of view?
Well, we of course we try to use both technologies on both sides, and then that's one of the outcomes of the project, also to see how the reaction is different, and what people prefer, maybe in Europe or in Japan. We have not yet first results, but maybe if we have a second workshop next year, we can maybe already report about some differences.
Yeah, that would be great. And of course, you're already welcomed. We of course trying to do a symposium next year as well. Yeah. So very interesting. Since we have this also later on, we have a social robot presentation. What's your impression about, you mentioned this now robot. So are there different robots? But you have mentioned already that also eye movement. So the interaction will be kind of scanned or observed, and yeah, in the sense, can you maybe say something about the robot?
Yeah, the problem will always be the communication, and in our project we have we do a lot about this communication system actually by using AI, because if the robot tells always the same story, then it will be boring very quickly. And I met a German guy a few weeks ago who also is in elderly care facilities, and he tells me, yeah, they all have all robots. So this now, of course, they all have. And at ARST we had Paro, which is a kind of seal robot. When you scratch it, then it moves a little bit, and this is actually very nice. But he said those tools are all lying in the shelf, and people are just after a few weeks they become tired. So I think the challenge is how to make something really interactive that also appeals to people in a longer term, and not just the first 3 weeks or so.
That's very interesting, this viewpoint. So how long is the project going on? I think it's more at the beginning, but
it just started this January, and up to now it was just the setting up of everything, which took quite a long time, and it will run altogether 3 years, so until end of 23. So it will take a while to get some results, but yeah, I think it might be very interesting then.
Yeah. Okay, it seems that Sandra, you have a question, please.
It was a very interesting talk, thank you. And I have one question about meaningful activities. Do you have already interventions, or what will be starting in the future?
Yeah, so far in the project, we haven't yet started something in our institute in Sendai. Of course, we do some interventions. So our Professor Kawashima, he developed this brain training with Nintendo, and this goes into the direction. There are several projects ongoing for that. So there's a lot of work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, also from my side, again, thanks. Maybe it will be interesting for many to follow up, and maybe we will distribute basically the internet, the link to your project. So that will be extremely interesting. And do you think, will there be also specific events like where you present from the project side different kind of approaches? Are you kind of planning this in some way?
Yeah, we have a first event planned next year in June, which will be some open conference on the project, about the project, and at the end, so end of 2023, there should be another conference, so some open conference, and so maybe at AIDEM 2023 we can also report already about some first results.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. And hopefully those conferences will be face-to-face encounters, and yeah, then they are, I mean, maybe hybrid or so, Europe, Japan, or in Germany, James, we're crossing the fingers. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, please.
I'm looking forward to conferences that are not hybrid, so people really have to meet each other again and not just virtually. So let's hope we can achieve this soon. Okay, then.
Nevertheless, thank you for joining, even at the late hour in Japan, and thanks a lot for your talk and also for all the communication. Fine. So we come now to the next talk given by Björn Schuller, the treacherous language of Alzheimer's exposed by agent AI. And maybe just briefly about Björn. He is a full professor of artificial intelligence at Imperial College in London, full professor and chair of embedded intelligence for healthcare and well-being at the University of Augsburg, Germany, and co-founding CEO and current CSO of Audering. That's a company that is providing tools and components and selling that. Please, let's go on with the presentation. Afterwards, it will be interesting to communicate about it.
Welcome to my presentation on the treacherous language of Alzheimer exposed by agent AI. So we will be talking about Alzheimer and artificial intelligence to detect basically Alzheimer disease from spoken language. My name is Björn Schuller and I am with the University of Augsburg in Germany and the Imperial College in London, as well as with the Audering. So we're talking about Alzheimer and language, and it is well known that unfortunately AD or Alzheimer disease has an impact on language production. In early stage, for example, this includes reduced fluency of talking, slower speaking rate, and the increase in the amounts of fillers one is using. In moderate stage, this includes problems to form basic phrases even, and to follow a conversation at times. In later stage or final stage, this can include incoherent and illogical speech production, frequent repetitions, and even singing, babbling, or unrelated content interjections. Now, from a language point of view, it seems clear then that with artificial intelligence, if we listen to the language, use automatic speech recognition to transcribe the language, and then use some whatever neural net or other suited machine learning algorithms, we can find indication for AD. However, we can also use acoustic cues. And if you think of things like reduced speaking rate, it is obviously something that we can also detect from acoustics. But there is more. Of course, things like singing will have an impact on pitch. And yeah, overall, the idea is to use acoustic and linguistic features to early on detect AD. Now, from the acoustics point of view, what you can be using is so-called traditional features in these days. Traditional features meaning that they have been expert crafted, usually over decades of research and thousands of papers sometimes. And these include things like prosody-related features, like the loudness or the intonation or pitch, if you will. They also include spectral or voice quality features, like spectral bands. They also include sometimes articulatory features, so like centralization of vowels or like. Here we're looking into OpenSmile, a toolkit of ours that is used to brute force features. So we're brute forcing features by first looking at low-level descriptor contours like pitch, energy, and so on, spectral bands. And then we use higher order statistical functionals, meaning projection of the time series here into a single scalar value per functional, like mean, standard deviation, maximum, and so on. With that, we can brute force thousands of features, and one of those standardized feature sets is the compare feature set with 6,373 static features. And OpenSmile is a free software and open source. On top of that, you can use OpenCrossbow, and OpenCrossbow generates vector quantized audio features. So from a database, it finds feature vectors from audio. And then if you have your current feature vector extracted from OpenSmile, it finds the nearest by data entry from your codebook. So the list of feature vectors that we have stored as exemplars. We can also do a vector quantization in the sense of a histogram over time by counting how often did each of those occur. So we're losing the temporal order, but we're just seeing how many times did which kind of feature vectors occur. Finally, these days, what is very popular is deep learning. End-to-end learning offers us to use the raw speech waveform and not use any expert-crafted representation, but rather use some kind of expert-crafted neural network architecture to self-learn a representation from the data. In our N2U toolkit, which is also on GitHub, open access and free for research, you will find such templates, including, for example, this convolutional neural network with 3 layers to learn a representation that then feeds into a long short-term memory recurrent neural network that learns the decision function Alzheimer disease versus typical condition. For the linguistic features, we will be using a BERT, that's a trained language model, and some suited neural network-based machine learning algorithms. And by that, let me introduce quickly the data we're running this on to see if we can actually detect AD from the spoken language. And this is data coming from the Alzheimer's dementia recognition through spontaneous speech challenge, for short, the address challenge that was run at the Interspeech Conference 2020. So last year, run at the biggest speech processing conference. The address data includes 54 plus 54 participants with or without AD in the age range of 50 to 80 years, roughly balanced. And it includes 2 tasks. One is a 2-class classification of AD versus non-AD, and the second one is a regression predicting the mini mental state examination. That's a scale of 0 to 30 to basically describe AD severity. Here are results that have been presented at Interspeech 2020 from this kind of analysis, and they include the back of audio words first, based on so-called MFCC, so spectrally based feature bands. Log meal, that's similar, that's spectral feature bands by the meal scale to somehow model psychoacoustic relationship. And on the compare feature set, that's a 6,000 something features feature set. And a fusion thereof. Now, first of all, you're seeing here the accuracy F1 measure or RMSE, root mean square error, for either the classification, AD or non-AD, or the regression, so trying to get the score in 0 to 30 right. Now, what you can see here is that for the classification, meal frequency capture coefficients, or MFCC for short, are best, leading to an accuracy of 0.63. And for the regression, the log meal, so more or less a highly related representation, only without the final decorrelation of MFCCs, leads to 6.97 RMSE. So in other words, around 7 points off on average on a scale that ranges from 0 to 30 in predicting the severity. Now we can also fuse these different feature types, and that's a slightly better accuracy, but no, yeah, maybe huge change for an application, let's say. You can see that also for the RMSE, we tried fusion, but that's not giving an improvement. Then using log meal features instead of back of audio words, you could also be using a CME's neural network with constructive loss function, popular method in deep learning these days, which leads to a slightly lower yet similar accuracy, but a slightly better F1 measure. End-to-end learning, however, beats both of that, meaning that if you just use the raw audio and train from that, and the neural network finds itself a representation for AD, it gives us the best result in terms of the F1 measure. And that is at 0.731. With accuracy, it's very similar to the other approach with back of audio words again. Sorry, that was a CME net number. With end-to-end learning, we reach 0.78, so the best F1 measure, and 0.74, the best accuracy for the acoustics. Now, linguistics are using long short-term memory neural networks, that's recurrent neural networks, looking into past and future. So we're seeing from a word its context from the neighbor left and neighbor right side. And we're using attention or a hierarchical attention neural network instead of a LSTM also. What we can find is simply that it's better in terms of accuracy and F1 measure, both for the modeling with linguistics compared to acoustics, as well as also for the RMSE, where we have a much lower RMSE, actually a 4.86 instead of the roughly 7 from the acoustics. You might say this is not too surprising. In the opening of this talk, I highlighted that it's much known about linguistic changes. They do have an impact on the acoustics, but linguistics is very suited, of course, because you can find in theory such repetitions, you can find ill-posed structure and the likes. We can also fuse the two and from that gain an improvement in accuracy and F1 measure, but not in RMSE. That was all on the development set. And looking at the challenge, the picture doesn't change too much. Sorry. A fusion by a majority vote with a weighted average of the 3 best systems here, it gives you 85-ish% accuracy in F1 measure and an RMSE of 4.65. Same story also for acoustics versus linguistics. Acoustics are ahead, but linguistics are ahead, but acoustics also give you something. And overall, this is quite encouraging. You might say 85% to get it right if someone is AD or not from an AI that listens to your speech. Also, the RMSE sounds great, in my opinion, 0 to 30. And the error is just 4.7-ish. However, if you look into the data distribution and the error depending on the scale in the MMSE score, we can see that there is a bit of fluctuation and the data is not fully equally distributed. Now, what could you do next? And that is look at comorbidities. And you can look at comorbidities from the prevalence side, and you will find that hypertension is by far the most occurring comorbidity of AD. Coming up next, osteoarthritis, then depression, all of which have been targeted successfully by audio intelligence. So also recognizing hypertension from audio, osteoarthritis from audio, and the like, depression in particular. We have been running several challenges on that already. There is also diabetes mellitus and cerebrovascular disease. The latter has also been targeted by audio successfully. And I wanted to give you just a feeling, for example, to get blood volume pressure by speech, to go for hypertension. And this is very well recognized. We have been running a paper study on this at MMSP 2019, showing that we get a root mean square error for blood volume pressure of or as low as 0.075. So we can actually predict BVP from speech well, and use it hence to inform an AD recognizer that might then be benefiting from knowing about potential comorbidity. In another study, Pobladua-Plou and colleagues were also looking at a regression and factor analysis based approach to comorbidities, not only prevalences, and they found a number of further highly significant comorbidities, including Parkinson's disease, congestive heart failure, again, cerebrovascular disease, anemia, cardiac arrhythmia, chronic skin ulcers, osteoporosis, thyroid disease, retinal disorders, prostatic hypertrophy, insomnia, anxiety, and neurosis. And in green, you can see again that a lot has been targeted successfully by audio-based assessment. Noteworthy, in particular, Parkinson's disease, we again ran a challenge already on this, and recently showed a study in IEEE transactions on audio, speech, and language processing, where we had an accuracy of 68 roughly percent, if 50% was chance level, if somebody is suffering from PD. Now, PD is largely assessed very well from acoustic features, and that makes it quite complementary to AD recognition, which is more impacted from the linguistic side. So what I'm saying here is that we can put this together and in the future do some kind of holistic analysis together with the comorbidities. So we're not only targeting with an AI AD yes, no, or we have PD yes, no, we have hypertrophy yes, no, and all the rest that I have been marking in green, for example. And that injects a lot more data into the learning process, and we're not getting only AD data, but other data injected into a decision-making process. Wow, there's a lot of comorbidity obviously going on, and that makes it even more likely that AD can be trusted as an assessment. Also, we've seen that end-to-end learning was better for the acoustic side. That also held for PD. I was a bit quick on that there, but trust me, it was giving better results there. So the next step would be to have a full end-to-end system with all those targets in parallel, and then giving you also a longitudinal adaptation or personalization to the speaker. Then we can also easily recognize novelty or changes and react to those changes. Leads it to cater for usability and trustability aspects when we turn this into a real-life app. And with that, I would like to end on the notion that AD detection on smart devices from spoken language is around the corner. We have to make sure that it's being applied ethically and that it's trustworthy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Björn. That was again very exciting, very impressive talk, and very promising technology, of course, to analyze in activities of daily living. Maybe we have a look to whether we have some question. I mean, you're encouraged also during the to give your question during the presentations, and we can then take that up. And so maybe I have a short look. Erwin has a question, but I think you can speak up, no? Just, does it work?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for this interesting paper. My question is related to identifying also emotions from speech, and if you can use that also in training programs, that you use, say, the observations and the analysis also to guide the kind of training with it.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I can't show my video. The host blocked me at the beginning, and I still can't turn it on. Maybe the host can release my video again, but otherwise, anyhow, you can monitor emotions, and during this training yeah, is very interesting for sure, because we've also been working on engagement, for example, depression levels and these kinds of things that could give you a lot of insight into how well is therapy being picked up, when is a good moment for it, how is it progressing and things like that. So yes, we're very interested in also monitoring the emotional well-being. That's a subjective task, meaning that we can't get better than humans at it because we're learning from humans. The good news is we're sort of approaching human performance there, and I think we're at a moment where we could be using this in real life use cases.
Oh, okay, thanks for the question and then the great answer. I'm giving now over to Björn to chair the next two presentations, and so the floor is yours, and then afterwards we play the video. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Lucas, and thanks for the video. We will now have a talk by Sandra Schüssel from the Medical University of Graz about social robot Pepper, so the Pepper robot, and here it's being used to coach and promote the quality of life of persons with dementia in the Amigo study, and I'm very excited to hear how Pepper is doing in this study and to hear what Sandra has to say about it. So let's start it.
Good morning. I'm very glad to present you today the results from the study Amigo with coach robot Peppa. As we know, we have an increase of people with dementia worldwide and therefore an increase of people in need of long-term care with growing needs for different healthcare services. At the same time, we have a declining number of caregivers to provide care. These facts lead to the development of various new technologies like social robots. Such technologies have the aim to support persons with dementia as well as their relatives and caregivers. Furthermore, they have the potential to promote the independence of the people with dementia and to delay institutional care, like in nursing homes. The Amigo study had a mixed methods design, including an RCT with complementary interviews. The study was performed in private households of people with dementia, including their main relative. The intervention took place 3 weeks per household. In total, 32 people with dementia participated, 16 in the intervention group and 16 in the control group. The intervention group received Coach Peppa. This is the robot combined with a tablet-based training, and the control group received only the tablet training without the robot. We tested the effects of these interventions on various physical, mental, and psychosocial outcomes, like quality of life, motivation, and usability. We used standardized questionnaires and interviews to collect the data. Here you can see the functions of Coach Robot Peppa. For example, he had an individual reminder function, so it was possible that Peppa reminded people with dementia to drink something or to take medications. It was also possible to talk with Peppa, to have an individual photo album, hear audiobooks and music, and much more. The complementary tablet training included different physical and cognitive exercises. And now I'm going to show you a video so that you get insight how Peppa interacts with a person with dementia.
Ich heiße Peppa. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen.
Und das ist Peppi Holzer. Sie ist gerade 90 Jahre alt geworden und demenzkrank. Peppa, der Roboter, leistet ihr Gesellschaft und trainiert ihr Gedächtnis.
Auf welches Tier trifft das folgende Sprichwort zu? Alle Tage gehe ich aus, bleibe dennoch stets zu Haus.
Im Umgang mit dem Roboter wird Peppi Holzer von einer Demenztrainerin unterstützt.
Alle Achtung, du bist heute sehr gut.
Oh. Die Frau Holzer reagiert meiner Meinung nach darauf so offen und so positiv, weil sie das auch als Mensch widerspiegelt. Sie ist sehr neugierig.
Ich hab ihr lieb. Oh, wie das schaut.
Im Alltag leisten ihr der Hund Harry und ihre Nachbarin Angelika Gesellschaft.
Gegen die Einsamkeit ist das ganz toll, muss ich ehrlich sagen. Es vergeht die Zeit so schnell für sie. Und sie ist dann auch müde, muss sie zwischendurch rasten. Aber immer wieder geht sie von selber hin. Es macht ihr Freude, man merkt's.
Hey! Oder wir machen eine Bewegungsübung. Das macht bestimmt Spaß.
Mal ganz vorsichtig.
Dank der künstlichen Intelligenz kann der Erfolg der Übungen automatisch ausgewertet werden.
Also der Peppa hat zum Beispiel auf der Stirn eine Kamera, über die können wir dann bei den Bewegungsübungen automatisiert quasi feststellen, wie viel die Patienten bei den Übungen mitarbeiten und man kann auch so Auswertungen machen, wie dass sich die Bewegung zum Beispiel über die Zeit von den Gelenken verbessert, dass sie bei Übungen, wo sie die Hände heben, diese vielleicht mit der Zeit höher heben.
Du schaffst das schon.
Immer mit der Ruhe, sagt der Pepper.
Der Projektleiter sieht großes Potenzial in der Weiterentwicklung der künstlichen Intelligenz beim Pflegeroboter.
Pepper soll sozusagen besser Emotionen erkennen, noch mehr soziale Signale, freier im Dialog werden, aber gleichzeitig mit der Sicherheit keine sozusagen kritischen Themen anzusprechen. Und natürlich soll auch ein bisschen mehr Mobilität implementiert werden. Das heißt, dass Pepper von Zimmer zu Zimmer zum Beispiel gehen kann.
Und das geht daher.
Wo mir raucht schon der Kopf. Du machst das aber toll.
Getragen wird das europaweit einzigartige Projekt vom Sozialverein Deutschlandsberg. Für den Obmann eine große Chance für den ländlichen Raum.
Wir wissen natürlich, dass im Bereich der Pflege, was das Fachpersonal anlangt, die Lücke immer größer wird, der Bedarf immer größer wird für Menschen. Und da ist ein Roboter natürlich eine wesentliche Unterstützung dieser Pflegearbeit.
Noch ist Pepper kein Ersatz für Pflegepersonal, aber ein hilfreiches Werkzeug. Mehr als das. Wie der Hund gehört der Roboter schon zur Familie.
Ich hab dich lieb. So wie ein Hagel.
So this was a nice insight, and now I switch to the results of the study. Here you can see the basic characteristics of the sample at the first measurement point. In both groups, people with dementia were older than 80 and mainly female. Mild Alzheimer's disease was the main type of dementia in both groups, and the diagnosis was mainly made by a neurologist. In view of usability and acceptance, people with dementia in the robot group showed higher values for all items with the exception of anxiety. But the differences were not significant between the two groups, so anxiety was a little bit higher in the tablet group. For the other quantitative outcomes, the results show that people in the robot group had a significant increase in the quality of life in comparison to the tablet group. The highest increase was in the area of feelings. All other outcomes differed not significantly between the two groups. Now I switch to the main results of the qualitative data in view of activities of daily living. So here you can see the activity avoiding danger. The SOS button was not always tested by the participants because there was often uncertainty about the possible consequences. For example, someone comes because of the alarm. But those who did, however, found Pepper's calming communication with the person with dementia very good. In the future, however, there is a need for development, so Pepper should be activated via speech function and movement activity of the person. Pepper could also be connected in the future with other technologies in and outside the house to detect danger situations. Artificial intelligence would be necessary in the future. Furthermore, Pepper should inform about a healthy lifestyle in old age. For example, topics are sport, nutrition, falls or illnesses, and he should give advice for health problems. So these are ideas from all the participants. For cognition, the reminder function was seen as very positive and relieving, but in the future, much more individualization was a wish of the participants. Pepper motivated very good for the tablet-based training. In particular, The positive reinforcement through praise during the cognitive training was emphasized by the participants. With all these statements, you can see the importance of relationship with Pepper. In view of meaningful activities and mobility, music and dance stimulated the people with dementia particularly positively. People came to life and enjoyed singing and dancing with Pepper. It also activated their mobility at the same time. So Pepper is also very good for mobility actions. And furthermore, the individual photo books help the people with dementia to reflect on the past, and it was at the same time a meaningful activity. And the memory was also stimulated. In the future, a larger selection of individualized songs, audiobooks, and photo albums will be necessary. Also here, you can see the positive relationship with Pepper if you look to the statements. Now we come to the most important activity of daily living, communication and social contacts. So in general, people with dementia reacted positively to Pepper. They found Pepper nice and very funny. Pepper was received well and integrated as a family member. His presence was not disturbing, more an enrichment at home. The people with dementia regarded Pepper as a friend, as a child, as a companion, and as a contact person. He promoted communication in people with dementia, but also to others like family members and friends. The life of people with dementia bloomed and abounded with Pepper, which caused sometimes feelings of sadness after Pepper moved out. They also saw Pepper not as a machine. He was more a person with an own personality. So communication and social contacts was an important component here in this specific activity of daily living, but also in all activities of daily living, as you have seen before. In conclusion, Pepper significantly increases the quality of life of the people with dementia in the robot group. The greatest increase was in quality of life, and this especially in the area of feelings. Due to the additional qualitative results, this increase can be attributed in particular to the promotion of communication and social contacts by Pepper. In the future, studies are recommended that develop Pepper's verbal and non-verbal communication skills for people with dementia. This will help that Pepper support more effectively all activities of daily living. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for the nice talk. And I hope we have some questions from the audience for Sandra. I would start with one. You've shown somewhat anxiety increased by the robot. Do you think it's has anything to do with a robot as such, or particularly with Pepper? And if is it about noises from motors? Is it about the physical appearance, or any idea what it comes from?
I think it's Pepper himself, because he is like a child. And this was very nice for the people with dementia and also for the family members. And I think with a tablet, you do not have this presence like a person, yes? And Pepper is more like a person, because all the people said, okay, Pepper is not a machine. He is someone, and they can talk with him, and he have a presence. And I think this was it.
Right. So did you also experience people bonding heavily with it? So
Yes.
We've had people giving even names of passed away family members to robots in studies. So you also had a strong bonding effect.
Yes, this was very interesting because it was for some people a very strong bonding, and they said Pepper is a family member, yes, and they like to talk with him. And for someone said, okay, it would be nice to sit with Pepper on the table and to eat together, and it would be nice if Pepper eat with them, only to stimulate the eating, yes. So this was very interesting. And they have Pepper in one room, and they sit for the breakfast, and then they say, oh, hello Pepper, good morning, and they like to talk together. So he was really included in the family. It was really nice.
And moving.
Yes, moving was not so good because sometimes it was the problem that the people come to life and they talk a lot, and then Pepper moved out, and they said, oh my God, Pepper is not here, and he comes always back. It would be very nice. And yes, this was very interesting because some relatives bite then a dog or a bird instead of the Pepper. So that the people with dementia, yes, can talk with the dog or with the bird and have the communication. But it's not the same, yes. But it was one solution from the relatives.
Yeah, an interesting one. We have one question from the chat and one by Holger Fröhlich. Let's start with Holger Fröhlich's question. Holger seems confused.
Is it possible to talk? No? Now it's muted. Yeah?
Sorry, so I had some problems with my audio. And so, yeah, thank you for this interesting talk. So, I mean, you elaborated primarily on the improvements in quality of life, right? So, which are, of course, a bit subjective at the end of the day. But is there also somehow a measurable effect really on cognition by the positive effect, of course, by the dealing with the robot?
For the cognitive, we had no significant result because the intervention was only for 3 weeks. So you can see much more if you have the intervention for half a year or for a year, yes. Then it's easy to see something, but they were stable.
Okay, thank you.
And we have the question from Martina Gerö. Do you think that it will be possible in the future to get Pepper to talk less robotic and to even increase the acceptance of it by that? So by sounding less robotic. Yeah, so will Pepper in the future be speaking maybe less robotic, and will that, in your opinion, increase its acceptance or maybe likability? Or
Yes, it was very interesting because the people with dementia like to talk with the robot, and they had a paper and they didn't know, okay, they know what can I talk with Pepper, and it was not a problem for them, yes. They had time and they said, okay, it's okay, Pepper do not have the content at the moment, he is not perfect, but I'm also not perfect, and this is okay for me. So this was really interesting. And from the side of the relatives, it was more, okay, it would be better that Pepper have more content and can speak much more like in person. So every target group have another expression.
Right. As a speech scientist, I can add maybe that from a tech point of view, it can talk even with your voice if you wanted to. So the voices are very naturalistic already. Thanks a lot, Sandra, for the nice talk, and wishing best success with the further studies in this direction. And we shall move to Erwin Minder's presentation. Erwin is with Mentec Innovation in Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and he will be talking about the use of sensor tech for early notification of stress in people with impaired cognition. We're very much looking forward to the talk.
Good morning. Thank you for attending this paper on the use of smart wearables for stress detection. My name is Irvine and I'm the founder and CEO of Mentec. Today, I will present the results of a 3-year study executed together with the care organization Severinus and Prins Stichting, the Leiden University Medical Center, and the high-tech company Mentec. The paper will cover the use of smart wearables for early notification of stress in people with impaired cognition. The idea for technology-based emotion sensing to better read and regulate emotions in people with a severe intellectual disability was born within the care organization Severinus. One of our buddies suffered from pain due to a hurting shoe. The pain led to severe discomfort and to challenging behavior, but he was not capable of verbally expressing pain. This challenge can be addressed by measuring the emotions and stress of a person with smart wearables and trained stress models. If emotions and stress can be reliably measured and even predicted, people will be better understood. This facilitates behavioral change, leads to improved self-management, and enhances the quality of life and happiness. Digital stress detection provides the care professional with an early warning function, a kind of traffic light, for early interventions to avoid escalations and to reduce the impact of challenging behavior, like automutilation. Secondly, a diagnostics function to study the causes of escalations or challenging behavior and the effect of possible interventions. The perceived client value includes the following. First of all, early warning of stress leads to a reduction of escalations and incidents by timely interventions. Secondly, the stress detection leads to better understanding of clients' emotions, needs, and behavior, and therefore to more happiness and quality of life. Stress detection can also help to understand the causes of stress. And furthermore, stress detection provides also a signal function for under-alertness. And finally, stress detection leads to better trust relationship between the client and the caregiver. The stress detection model is based on the circumplex model of affect, a theoretical framework developed by Posner and colleagues. This circumplex model provides a dimensional framework that can be used to distinguish and to categorize emotions based on 2 physiological and cognitive dimensions, the arousal and valence. Arousal is described as a mental or physical state that consists of a person's level of activity and alertness. And valence is used to describe the nature or core characteristic of the emotional experience of an individual, that is, to which degree an emotion someone experienced was good, bad, or neutral. The stress detection model utilizes the relationship between stress and physiology. Relevant features include skin conductance, the heart rate, and activity. The skin conductance signal consists of 2 important components. That's the skin conductance response and the skin conductance level. And the heart rate signal contains at least 2 relevant features. That's the interbeat interval and the variability. A reference database was developed with labeled data of more than 150 test persons, and we collected over 200 hours of labeled data. The test persons were exposed to emotional content, such as VR video, VR games, mathematical exercises, and Stroop tests, while the physiological response was captured. Core aspects of these tests included the balance in stress and non-stress events, relaxation periods, and movement-related artifacts. The labels were provided via self-annotation of the participants via SEM scoring. The dataset with labeled data from test persons was used to train a neural network model framework for arousal detection. And the model contained both shared and labeled layers to allow for personalization. The static model, trained with data from test persons performing static tests, without movement artifacts gave an average balance accuracy of 80%. The dynamic model, in which movement artifacts were deliberately incorporated, showed a similar performance. The average balance accuracy was 80% as well. So the dynamic model results indicate the capability of the stress model to distinguish between physical movements and mental stress. So the stress detection system was applied to clients in care homes. At the same time, video observations were made for behavioral analysis. The stress annotations from these video observations, done by at least 2 independent care professionals, were used as labels to validate the stress model predictions. The validation study was assessed by the Medical Ethical Committee of the University of Amsterdam. And the validation question we posed was, is the stress detection system able to recognize mental stress in people with intellectual disabilities, dementia, or psychological problems using sensor technology and smart wearables? The trained model was validated with data from case studies performed in care homes. The data labels were provided from stress observations made by 2 independent care professionals, a psychologist and a personal caregiver, from video observations and signaling plans. In total, 225 minutes of labeled data from in total 10 clients were included in the validation study. The average balanced accuracy of the stress model was 76%. The normal accuracy was 77%. The average sensitivity of the model is 80%, indicating that in 80% of the stress cases labeled by the observer, the stress model also labeled stress. The average specificity of 73% indicates that in 73% of the calm labels given by the observers, the stress model also labeled calm. Okay, an example of a case study is given in this picture. The model predictions are given in blue, while the annotations of 2 independent care professionals are plotted in red. The situation represents a de-escalation event. The accuracy of the basic model is around 75%, and the accuracy of the models after fine-tuning of the client is around 85%. This case study example represents an escalation. The coloring indicates the measured stress levels. Green represents relax, orange represents stress development, and red represents high levels of stress. The model indicates clearly the buildup of stress, leading to an escalation of the client. So, in conclusion, escalations are clearly reflected in the physiology and are well recognized by the stress detection system. The system demonstrates its potential in detecting these escalations earlier than healthcare professionals often can. Tension seems to build up internally before it's expressed in behavior. And the developed stress detection system is an accurate instrument to measure the effect of interventions. For instance, taper off the need for medication. So future work includes pain detection and the detection of very specific emotions. For that, we will integrate additional wearables and features. And possibly we will include face and voice recognition to sense specific emotions as well. The following partners are acknowledged for their contributions to the results, including care organizations, educational institutes, and private funding organizations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Erwin. Do we have questions? I shall start with one. Can you describe the difference to, let's say, sensors like by Affectiva or Empathica of the one here?
Yeah, that's a good point. So the Empathica is a sensor device that is, was developed for epilepsy detection. And Affectiva and iMotions also offer kind of APIs for emotion detection. I think the difference that we present here is a system that can be worn in a practical setting, in a care organization, in a care house where you walk around 24 hours a day. And so we integrated actually the wearables in a smart sock and in a patch that can be easily worn on the chest. And I think the validation and the training of the model with healthy test subjects, 150 in total, makes the model very accurate.
Right. Now you said IoT or smart devices. I am curious, if you want to integrate video, you can't do this from the wearable probably unless you use it from the smartphone. Do you have plans on integrating ambient cameras for that purpose?
Not yet. So the first application we had in mind is pain detection with a smartphone, and it's only for the caregiver to identify first signals of pain. That's something you can do with a smartphone, but say real-time monitoring with cameras in a care house with the accuracy that you need for face detection is quite difficult.
Right.
Yeah.
We have a question from Karin Eder, and she asked, what education had these healthcare workers? How about people with dementia that have the kind of dementia where they have no real emotions on their face?
Yeah, that's a good point. So in the end, you train personal models and you want to identify small signals of a change in emotional status. So if that is declining, then you have to train the model that the face or the changes that you have in emotion are also recognized and captured by the model. So that's the reason why we have integrated personal layers in our model, that you really can personalize the features that you measure, both from heart rate and skin conductors point of view, but also from face detection point of view.
And one from my end is you're having for physiology usually mostly arousal addressed and not so much valence. Now stress could be positive, of course. Maybe I'm going through positive stress now. I'm enjoying to be here in this conference, but it might be stressful at times. So in other words, how do you deal with the lack of valence or limited valence accessibility from that sensor?
Yeah. So that's actually a very good point. So in this model, we have these 4 quadrants had 2 axes, and we have so the test data was collected for those 4 quadrants. So the emotional content that we provided was based on the 4 quadrants of emotion. So both high arousal, low arousal, negative and positive valence. And so we have trained the model mainly for situations that are identified by care professionals as negative arousal. And you can also train a personal layer on positive arousal. But then you get a warning for high excitement in a positive way. And so the model provides in negative and positive values.
Thanks. Do we have other questions from the audience? Lucas?
Carry on from my side. Thanks. I'm interested in your socks. That looks like very interesting. So how is the usability of that? And then do you think from the measurement kind of are you however satisfied? So that looks really like something innovative.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the question. So we integrated stretchable electrodes inside the sock, and that's printed electronics. So you can easily print conductive tracks inside on a sock on fabric, and we did that inside the sock. And with that, we capture real-time skin conductance features. And we can wash the sock for 10 times without degradation. So it's really a product that you can use more often than only once.
Thanks. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a personal interest in audio, of course, and that is how do you plan to be using that? On the one hand side, for audio, you could get breathing sounds or something like this, which are hard to capture and not too easy to interpret. And in pain case, you might obviously get some moaning, groaning, whatever. But other than that, is this more targeted towards communication assessment, or are you actually aiming for those individual sounds?
Yeah. So in particular, the signals of escalation, or as we call it, challenging behavior. And that's often accompanied by sound. It could be mourning, but it could also be high sound. But that's very personal. So you have to train the model with that personal signal. And of course, the question is where do you want to capture these signals? Can be done with a microphone on the body, can also be done with an external microphone. And that's something that is still to be decided. But we have trained our models already for parts as well.
Right. Mm-hmm. We have another question from Karen, but if patients with dementia have pain and still smile, isn't that a bias that the system is not able to recognize? Where you still need will you still need health professionals in addition?
Yeah, I think this is the essence of what we are doing. So you have to train the model. So you have to tell the model what the model sees. And if you remember the calibration that we did in care houses, so we invited psychologists and personal caregivers to annotate video recording to validate the data that we captured with the functionality and with the stress model. So you need the knowledge of a care professional to make it very high accurate. And the same applies for pain. So if someone, a person with dementia, is smiling while she's suffering from pain, then we have to know that, otherwise we cannot teach the model that that's pain. So you have to teach the model that a smile corresponds to pain in that specific case.
I can add to that we had a frustration recognition of drivers in the car. We were totally puzzled why the model learned to recognize smiles as frustration. And then we looked into the video. They always had this cynical smile when the interface was not working. Like, so yeah. Thank you very much again, Erwin, for this very inspiring and nice talk, and wishing very best success with the integration of further modalities and the application in this very important usage context. And I hand over back to Lukas, who will announce our next exciting keynote.
Thanks, Björn, for sharing. You have some data that is very important, but thanks for taking time. So we come to the next keynote speech, using AI to move towards better individualized treatment, given by Professor Dr. Holger Fröhlich. Maybe may say some words about you. You're holding a diploma and PhD in computer science after position as postdoc at the German Cancer Research Center as a senior scientist at Cellsome AG. I hope spell it right. Now an enterprise of GlaxoSmithKline. He was appointed an associate professorship at the University of Bonn in 2010. 2015, he moved back to industry and became the director and head of an AI and data science research team within the global biopharmaceutical company UCB. Since December 2019, he is head of the AI and data science group and deputy head of the Department of Bioinformatics at the Fraunhofer Institute for Algorithms and Scientific Computing, SCAI. SCAI, I don't know, in Sankt Augustin. In addition, he's teaching as an honorary professor in the master programs Life Science Informatics and Computer Science at the University of Bonn. So thanks a lot, and the floor is yours with the video, please. And afterwards, we are interested in communication.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present at this meeting. My name is Holger Fröhlich, and I am from the Fraunhofer Institute for Algorithms and Scientific Computing in St. Augustin, close to Bonn. As most of you are aware, Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause for dementia. In an aging society as ours, the number of affected people is predicted to triple up to 2050. New and effective treatments are thus desperately needed, but clinical trials continue to fail or demonstrate highly debatable efficacy, as in the example of aducanumab. Given the progressive neurodegenerative nature of the disease, it is of utmost importance to therapeutically intervene as early as possible. Hence, biomarkers and algorithms are needed, which can enable such an early diagnosis in a cost-effective and minimally invasive manner. An earlier diagnosis and tools for patient stratification would also enhance the success chances of clinical trials, which could bring new and better drugs to the market. This is because at the moment, most studies, also those which focus on bringing new drugs to the market, often actually focus on patients that are already rather progressed in their disease. And then obviously it becomes very challenging to demonstrate efficacy of a compound. In the work shown on this slide, which was funded via the private-public partnership project Autonomy, we developed a personalized AI-based risk model. The model has been trained on data of more than 900 cognitively normal and mild cognitively impaired patients from a well-known cohort study in Alzheimer's disease, and it has been externally validated on another study, namely at Neuromed. It is the first retrospectively validated AI-based risk model in the Alzheimer's disease field, according to our knowledge. The AI model predicts the time-dependent risk of an individual person to receive the clinical diagnosis dementia. Each of the curves in the plot in the middle of the figure of the slide shows such individual risk predictions. Altogether, the model allows for an accurate detection of high-risk patients about 6 years prior to clinical diagnosis. It could thus be used to recruit patients into clinical studies already in a mild cognitively impaired stage. Our model is explainable, and this is something that I personally find as very important. The figure shown in the bottom left, a zoom into a network is shown, which depicts interactions between predictors in our model. Some of these predictors represent the genetic burden on certain molecular mechanisms, whereas others represent, for example, volumes of certain brain regions or neuropsychological test results. One of the examples for a molecular mechanisms is the glutathione metabolism. Glutathione represents the most abundant and main antioxidant in the body, and alterations of its function have been associated to Alzheimer's disease more than 15 years ago. On the right-hand side, a disease-specific reconstruction of involved molecular mechanisms in the glutathione metabolism is shown. Glutathione metabolism is only one of the predictors in our model. To better explore the wealth of information in the network shown on the left, we have developed a dedicated and interactive web tool to which you can find the web link here on the bottom. With this tool, you can explore this network shown on the left. You can click on individual nodes, such as glutathione metabolism, and then explore a disease-specific and very detailed reconstruction of involved molecular mechanisms. Since our model uses information derived from brain MRI, neurocognitive tests, as well as genetic variants, one might ask about the relative importance of each of these data sources. As shown on the left-hand side, the highest contribution to model predictions comes from cognitive tests, so which make up altogether a relative influence here of more than 40%. Whereas genomic and information and imaging both have an influence of only, in quotation marks, around 20%. This is also reflected by the top predictors in the model, which are shown on the right-hand side. As you can see here, the most influential predictor is the ADAS score, followed by FAQ, and the baseline diagnosis, cognitively normal or mild cognitively impaired, CDR-SB. Then there are several brain volume regions, so brain volume of several brain regions. And then you can also find here among these top predictors a few molecular mechanisms such as cell cycle. And you can find, for example, also here the well-known risk factor for Alzheimer's disease, ApoE4. Altogether, the model here is highly multifactorial and combines, again here, information from neurocognitive tests, from genomic information, as well as from imaging. So, of course, when you think about neurocognitive tests, so then these tests are traditionally assessed via pencil and paper. So as was the case here in the model that we developed here. However, such pen and pencil, paper and pencil tests only provide a snapshot at time of visit to a neurologist. Ideally, one would like to repeatedly test patients within their natural environment at home. For this purpose, digital technologies have become increasingly popular during recent years. One of these techniques is an augmented reality game developed by the company AIDEM. So in this game, patients can execute a game on their smartphone, and the game asks patients to navigate through a virtual environment in which they have to place and find objects. The performance in this kind of game is then scored and provides information, or is supposed to provide information about the cognitive abilities of the patient. So the natural arising question is whether such an approach provides any benefits compared to additional pencil and paper questionnaires, such as the mini mental state examination, MMSE. In order to address this question, within the IMARI project RADAR-AD, we have compared the MMSE against the scores derived from AIDEM's augmented reality game. This was done by evaluating how well a machine learning classifier could predict the clinical diagnosis, cognitively normal and mildly cognitively impaired, using either MMSE scores alone, AIDEM scores alone, or a combination of both based on a data set with around 150 patients in which, in fact, both were available, MMSE scores as well as the scores derived from the AIDEM smartphone application. So now, and this is shown here in the figure on the bottom and the top left here, sub-figure A here, it turned out that the AIDEM scores yielded an about 5% increased ability to predict the clinical diagnosis. That means cognitively normal or mild cognitively impaired compared to MMSE. If MMSE and AIDEM scores were pooled together, no further improvement could be found. So this is found here or depicted by the box plot here on the right in sub-figure A. But the overall importance of AIDEM score in this classifier, which use both MMSE scores and the scores derived from the AIDEM score, from the AIDEM smartphone application, reveals that actually the importance here of the scores derived from AIDEM's augmented reality game vastly exceeded those of MMSE score. This is shown here in sub-figure D. So in the conclusion, this analysis suggests that digital biomarkers, such as those derived from the AIDEM augmented reality game, may further enhance the prediction performance of AI-based risk models to detect Alzheimer's disease at an earlier stage. And just also to underline this point, interestingly, the top AIDEM scores also demonstrated a significant difference between MCI and prodromal Alzheimer's disease patients. And this was actually not found for MMSE scores. So again, so this suggests that these digital biomarkers derived via such a digital technique here might provide in the future an added value compared to traditional pencil and paper tests. In addition to the fact that Alzheimer's disease is often diagnosed too late, a further challenge is the high heterogeneity of the disease population, which is also reflected by largely varying disease progression patterns across different Alzheimer's disease studies. So this is a fact that we have recently more explored in depth and also published and shown in our recent publication here in Alzheimer's and Dementia. Altogether, this raises the question whether we could identify and predict different disease subtypes or etiologies in Alzheimer's disease. As one step in this direction, within the IMI project's Etiology, we developed, and this was to our knowledge the first, molecular mechanism-based stratification of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Briefly, we started with a set of 15 literature-derived molecular mechanisms which are shared between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. The rationale for that came from the fact that the way that we currently think about Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease is largely driven by a phenotypic classification. But ideally, and there have been dedicated publications also in this direction more than 10 years ago, one would move more closely to a molecular-based definition of diseases and disease subtypes. And within Etiology, we tried to implement this vision of a, let's say, molecular taxonomy of neurodegenerative diseases using the example of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So based on this vision and this idea, we initially came up with these 15 literature-derived molecular mechanisms that are shared between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. And to these 15 mechanisms, we subsequently mapped SNPs by using more than 840 patients from 2 major studies in both disease fields, ADNI for Alzheimer's and PPMI for Parkinson's disease. Based on these data and using unsupervised machine learning techniques, we are then able to identify 4 distinct patient subgroups in Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and also, in fact, and this actually speaks to the overall vision of the project, jointly. We could then validate patient subgroups using external data, genotype data more specifically, from about 550 patients. So these were again Alzheimer's as well as Parkinson's disease patients. As a last step, we then explored the disease relevance of our identified clusters, so which were identified and defined based on genotype information, by assessing the difference in typical clinical outcome parameters, such as cognition scores for Alzheimer's disease and UPDRS for Parkinson's disease. Moreover, we could show differences in subcortical brain volumes across Alzheimer's disease patients in different clusters. Last but not least, we analyzed differences on transcriptome and methylome level. And I should add here so that transcriptome and methylome data from Alzheimer's disease patients were derived from post-mortem brain tissues, whereas in Parkinson's disease, this was derived from blood samples. So the analysis of transcriptome methylome data revealed significant differences in several molecular pathways and processes across patient clusters. Noteworthy, on methylome level, such differences could only be found in Parkinson's disease, whereas differences in gene expression were observable in both diseases. I should once again add that in this work, transcriptome and methylome data of Alzheimer's disease patients stemmed from post-mortem brain tissue, whereas in case of Parkinson's disease, the basis were blood samples. Using literature research, we were then able to link molecular pathways in biological processes to the original 15 mechanisms which are shared between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Accordingly, we could construct causal pathways, which we could then also visualize as graphs, as shown here on the right-hand side of the slide. For example, we found genes involved into long-term synaptic depression to be transcriptionally downregulated in Alzheimer's disease patients assigned to cluster 3. At the same time, cluster 3 is characterized by high genetic burden on the ApoE4 gene. The graph on the right shows that ApoE can influence insulin resistance, which yields synaptic depression of neurons and thus suggests the perception of Alzheimer's disease as a type 3 diabetes. So this is just examples here of the connections that we found here between the shared molecular mechanisms in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease and the findings made from transcriptome and methylome data analysis. Altogether, we could link each of the gene sets found in transcriptome and methylome analysis to at least one of the 15 molecular mechanisms that are shared between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So there's a huge number, therefore, of according causal pathways And to better explore this, we have once again developed a interactive web tool, which you can find here under this link. So now a further idea to a molecular stratification of Alzheimer's disease is to identify homogeneous progression subtypes, which might themselves then be predictable with the help of molecular mechanisms, and thus allow for a progression subtype specific treatment in the future that could specifically focus on patients that likely demonstrate a fast disease progression. Practically, this could, for example, be achieved via an adaptive trial design or by just using the predicted disease subtype of each patient as a covariate in the post-hoc analysis of a phase 2 or phase 3 trial. To enable the idea propagated on the last slide, we have recently developed a dedicated deep learning approach called E-VITA, which is the abbreviation for variational deep embedding with recurrence. And this approach allows to identify progression subtypes from multivariate disease trajectories of individual patients. That means the method allows to consider different neuropsychological tests jointly, and thus it allows to obtain a more robust stratification of longitudinal progression patterns, rather than if we would only focus on one of these neuropsychological tests in isolation. By applying E-VITA to the ADNI study, we could identify 3 subgroups, demonstrating a fast, a slow, and an intermediate progression. As shown on the right-hand side, these clusters show well-distinct progression profiles across CDR-SB, ADAS, and MMSE tests. We could validate the existence of these progression subtypes independently in the NACC study, which has more than 2,250 patients. Noteworthy, similar variables demonstrated significant differences, statistically significant differences between subgroups in ADNI as well as NACC. Examples include CDR and FAQ shopping scores, so a score that reflects activities of daily living, but also volumes of different brain regions derived from MRI imaging. As mentioned previously, our ultimate aim is to direct an AD therapy against a subpopulation which is more likely to respond positive. For this purpose, we not only need to stratify patients into meaningful subgroups, but we also have to be able to predict for the individual patient the most likely progression subtype based on a panel of biomarkers. So this amounts actually to training an AI-based classifier. By determining which variables are most relevant within such a model, it is possible to derive progression biomarker candidates or even to propose new drug targets. Practically, it turned out that we could rather accurately, so that means with around 80% accuracy, predict a patient's future disease progression subtype using only ADNI baseline data. We analyzed the top predictors in the AI model and found that, interestingly, top predictors include several molecular mechanisms which are marked red in the bar plot on the right. Hence, molecular mechanisms seem to drive distinct progression subtypes. we explored the genes contained in these predictive mechanisms in more detail. And just there's one plot of these mechanisms on the right-hand side, which is showing, for example, mTOR here as a currently highly discussed drug target candidate. So altogether, this analysis pointed us to several genes which are currently discussed as drug targets. So mTOR is one, but CD33 is another one. And interestingly enough, for CD33 clinical trials are already ongoing. In addition, we also found some genes that show a clear connection to Alzheimer's disease. So these are shown here on the bottom, but currently seem to be less explored according to the literature. So these molecules might either be explored as new targets in the future, or at least they might serve or could serve as biomarkers in the way that they play a part in the classifier, in the AI classifier that predicts the most likely progression subtype for an individual patient. So let me summarize. In this talk, I showed how patient-level data from, in this case here, already pre-existing studies in the Alzheimer's disease field could be combined with pre-existing knowledge in form of knowledge graphs. And both of these could be combined within AI models. And these AI models then allowed for individual patients to predict the risk to develop dementia. It allowed us to stratify patients on a molecular basis with the help of molecular mechanisms more specifically. And also it allowed us to predict the most likely progression subtype for an individual patient. So the latter actually then also allowed us to suggest biomarkers and potential new drug targets. Together, the aim of this work was to provide a step towards a better individualized treatment of dementia. And this is, of course, in line with the bigger vision of precision neurology. You can find more information about the work presented in my talk within the papers that are listed on this slide. The funding for this work came mainly through the EU-level IMI projects Autonomy and Radar AD, as well as the EU Horizon 2020 projects, the Virtual Brain Cloud. Last, I would like to close by acknowledging my entire team, including former members specifically, which contributed quite significantly to the publications that I showed on the last slide. Moreover, I'm grateful for the support through several third-party funded projects. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, thanks a lot for this really great talk, and thank you for sharing your insights on this really broad and interesting scale. I think for many that will be completely new aspects and extremely exciting, particularly that leads to the development of better drugs in this direction. How do the companies that are manufacturing, developing these drugs, so they should be really interested in that. I mean, I think they're also part of some of the projects, and yeah, maybe.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, this is a bigger movement in pharmaceutical industry now, right? To think more about precision medicine. So how do you actually identify the right patient population to which you actually should administer a certain treatment? Yeah? And this is somehow aligned to this broader idea. And I mean, actually, you know, precision medicine started obviously in oncology, so about 15, 20 years ago already. So, and now we are moving closer and closer towards also the implementation of these ideas in clinical practice. So, for example, in tumor boards and so on. But in neurology, of course, similar developments are now ongoing. And as it's often thought that indeed neurology after oncology is now, let's say, the fast follower of this type of ideas.
It's a very interesting and completely new insights also about the trajectories, the subgroups and so on. How do you see, I think more in the beginning you mentioned all this kind of cognitive tests, that they have this kind of quite some large kind of substantial explanation potential or whatever. So how do you see, could one also look into that direction? So for example, maybe more complicated test batteries or something like that, one could explain more which kind of cognitive functionality, like visual, spatial, or memory, or something in this direction, or maybe there's already something on the way.
So I think the movement goes more into the direction of actually digital technologies here, right? So I mean, obviously classically, right? So all these cognitive tests have been conducted based on pencil and paper, and I mean the whole battery has there been developed, right? So I mean ADAS and CDRSB and MMSE and what else, right? So they try to catch actually different aspects, so to say, of cognition. Yeah. I mean, cognition, if you think about this, is a very complex thing, right? So there's memory abilities involved, there's language abilities involved, there's, of course, activities of daily living and so on, right? So it's a very complex thing that you cannot describe by one variable or so, right? And of course, when you look into a patient at the time only when he or she comes in to a doctor, right? So this is just a snapshot, yeah? And it's, of course, not necessarily reflecting what's going on in the patient in his or her natural environment. And that's why I think there's so much interest now in these technologies that use, for example, smartphones or devices or whatever. I mean, we have heard here about speech, right? So, of course, speech is also a kind of digital biomarkers which might help for a better diagnosis, at least, of the disease. Yeah? So I think this is more the direction that will come and will be enhanced more and more in the future. Yeah?
Okay, so that would be another track to be followed up.
Yeah, but it fits together, you know, because at the end of the day, right? So I mean, these technologies, right? So basically features derived from, let's say, a smartphone application or so, right? So they could maybe in the future be replace maybe these traditional pen and pencil tests in, for example, a model that predicts the risk to develop a dementia, right? So this is, I think, more the idea, right? So that we really more and more replace these traditional approaches by, digital biomarkers, as it is nowadays called, yeah.
Thanks a lot. You mentioned that you're in the radar AD in this project. So yes. I think there are these kind of different digital biomarkers followed also. So
exactly. So this is in the Alzheimer's field specifically. And I should also mention that there's another project in the Parkinson's disease field called DigiPD, where we also, among others, by the way, also look into speech, yeah, as a potential readout here. And we want to really also explore whether, for example, speech allows us there to characterize different progression patterns of Parkinson's disease, among others. Yeah?
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. So are there any questions around, maybe? Now there's one. Have you studied the acceptance of those new biomarkers by medical doctors? That's the question.
Well, I mean, these are not necessarily new biomarkers. These are predictors in machine learning models, right? So, and I mean, we of course develop these models always in a close discussion with physicians. Yeah? At the end of the day, I think if you want to bring such a model into practice, right? So there's different steps, right? So one is of course, and I've shown this here, for example, on the example of this risk model, right? You need to retrospectively validate the model based on another study. Yeah, so because in every clinical study is somehow biased statistically by selecting patients. Yeah, so this is just true. Yeah, and you can actually also show this statistically. So this is very clear. And on the other hand, there's the necessity after this retrospective validation at some point to prospectively even in a clinical study demonstrate that this model would work. Yeah, if you have done this, right, so then you could actually go and ask for regulatory approval. So you cannot use any of these models right now, so it would be simply illegal. Yeah, so to use such a model at the moment in clinical routine. Yeah. So you must actually go to a regulatory agency and you have to register this and get approval for this as a medical product in essence. Yeah? And this is, of course, it's a process. Yeah? It costs a hell of money, which, for example, we have a research institute cannot afford. But of course, if a partner, of course, also an industry partner would be interested, of course, we would be very happy to go this route together. Yeah? So this is more the idea. Yeah?
So any other question? Currently, I don't see. So from your point of view, from the experience, from your insight and so on, so what would you recommend to have first a MR analysis, neuroimaging or blood analysis? So I mean, just to give some maybe comments on that side, I mean, from the early detection.
It's multimodal. So in essence, there's a combination, as we have seen in our model also, right? So there's really a combination of various factors that plays together. So it's partially a genetic contribution, yeah. So therefore you need a blood test, yeah. But there's also other things, right? So physiologically accessible aspects, such as, for example, imaging, brain imaging, and simply cognition tests, yeah. And I think we will not see the situation that we can just use one of these modalities alone and that allows us to accurately predict Alzheimer's disease also, yeah, the future development of Alzheimer's disease. I don't believe that personally.
Yeah, thanks. So also these knowledge graphs that you presented, they show this multi, so to say, parameter impact and so on. Yeah, thanks a lot. So that will be very interesting to see again and again. Also the video, we will publish also the whole, if no one is against it, the whole symposium, so to say, in a video at the end. So for those who want to step back and look into that. Yeah, I think currently, so I think that was pretty new for many visitors and so on, and that was really, thanks again for this really wonderful talk and insight, and all the best for the future endeavors. And I would like to say, that we now have a break for 1 hour. Just take your time, but please come back at 1 p.m. There will be another extremely interesting talk about risk factors, risk reduction. So we are back at 1 p.m. See you later and have a nice lunch break. Then welcome everybody to the afternoon session, which will be actually chaired by Dr. Sandra Schüssler, and I just give over. All the best for the afternoon session.
So I hope you had a nice lunch break. And now we have a very interesting talk by Kay Dekkers. He is professor at the Alzheimer's Center Limburg at the Maastricht University in the Netherlands. And the title of the presentation is Dementia Risk Reduction, Applied Epidemiology and Public Health.
Hello everyone, I'm Kay Dekkers. I work as assistant professor at Maastricht University, And as part of that, I work as the Alzheimer's Centrum Limburg at the School for Mental Health and Neuroscience. And today I'm very honored to talk about our work on dementia risk reduction, applied epidemiology and public health. So at the moment, there is increased attention for dementia risk reduction. Of course, since the number of people with dementia is increasing, and also since there is no curable treatment for dementia available at the moment. In the field of dementia prevention, we saw that in 2019, the World Health Organization came with the guidelines on risk reduction of cognitive decline and dementia. And in 2020, the team of Gil Livingston from the Lancet Commission on Dementia Prevention, Intervention and Care came with their update from their 2017 report. And one of their conclusions was that there is potentially 40% of the chance of getting dementia that could be modified by improving lifestyle risk factors. And one of their conclusions about their report is that we have to be ambitious about dementia prevention. At the same time, we also see that there is low public and professional awareness that you can do something about your own dementia risk. For instance, in the Netherlands, in one of our surveys, we found that almost 60% of the Dutch populations don't think that you can do something about your own dementia risk. That is just your fate. What we need in the future is, of course, what are the most important risk factors that we should target? What are the hard-to-reach groups, the people that we need to inform with this important public health mission? And what kind of tailored strategies can we develop to get that awareness or that public health missions to those important groups? In 2013, we developed a Lifestyle for Brain Health score, the LIBRA score. And LIBRA is a dementia risk score based on only modifiable risk and protective factors. These are 12, so we don't have age, sex, or education in our model. No, we have only 12 modifiable factors, such as physical activity, diabetes, smoking, diet, cognitive activity. And based on their relative risk from existing meta-analysis, we extracted their relative risk and rated them in the model, how important they are based on their relative risk. And that put up us with a score that ranges from -6 to +13, and meaning a higher score, so the higher your LIBRA score, the more your dementia risk increases. And what we also did is see whether when people have those risk factors, these modifiable risk factors in midlife, do they also have a higher chance of developing dementia in later life? So we used several observational cohort studies for that, such as the Maastricht Aging Study, the English Longitudinal Study of Aging, such as the Cambridge City Over 75 study. So we use all kinds of studies, and what we saw is in midlife and in late life, so between 40 and 75 years of age, when people have those risk factors, when they have higher LIBRA scores, they had a higher chance on general of developing dementia in late life. And so this is something that we're really proud of, that this LIBRA score is also predictive for saying on general who has more chance of developing dementia, of course. So we also validated this in external data sets. We're also very proud that this LIBRA score now has found its way to the international borders. So it's used in several other observational studies, it's measured there, it's used in intervention studies, it's used in public health campaigns, it is used in a more clinical setting. So perhaps, for instance, administering this LIBRA score also in a memory clinic population. But of course, the most important question is, we have that epidemiological evidence, but now we have to go to the public health impact. So what can we do now? So I think this is a really funny picture. This is me getting home from work, and what I want to do is sit on the couch and eat a lot of tasty things. But of course, what we have to do, we have to go to this really beautiful couple. We have to make fresh vegetables. We have to be really happy. We have to live to a really healthy lifestyle. Of course, that's not feasible, of course, but we have to go somewhere in the middle of that. So for that reason, we developed the My Brain Coach project. And what is the My Brain Coach project? It is the societal implementation of the LIBRA score. So at our Alzheimer's Centrum Limburg, we think it's really important that what we do in our research also has some benefit for society. So we have a lot of societal projects. And one of this is this public health campaign. So we develop an awareness campaign to increase the knowledge of people of the association between lifestyle and dementia risk. And our target group are people aged 40 to 75 years of age. We, of course, as scientific people are really interested is, does our campaign has an effect? So we had a pre-post assessment of the public knowledge. Do the public already know that they can do something about their own dementia risk? So we did that before and after the campaign in 2 independent samples, of course. What we did, we used positive framing, so brain health instead of dementia risk. What is your room for improvement? Instead of saying this is something that you're doing wrong. We have a friendship program, so all kind of municipalities, companies, sport clubs can join our campaign and also spread the message with us together, because we don't have the financial resources to have a really expensive campaign with all kind of media activities. No, we have to have a friendship program that people want to join us. And we also have our own campaign. So the name of our campaign was "We Are the Medicine Ourselves." It's more with a big blink that we can, there's still no medicine, but we can do something about our own dementia risk. What we also developed is the My Brain Coach app, so based on this Libra score. So people get insight in their personal brain health profile based on these 12 Libra factors. So they fill in a lot of questionnaires, then they get their profile, and then they get they see their room for improvement. They can choose a theme of what they want to do, for instance, diet or physical activity, and then they get every day a nut of the day. And that is really a walnut popping up in your screen, and you can click on that and you really hear a cracking sound of that walnut going open. And in that walnut there is every day a daily notification. So it's really positive, really motivating. That could be a quiz question, could be a recipe on a brain healthy meal. That could be a challenge, try to eat fish instead of meat this week. And the idea is that it's really fun and also easy to implement in your daily life. And we're also really proud that the Dutch government and also the municipal health services also adapted this app and see it as a reliable, scientific, evidence-based app. So the campaign was 1 year, so we did a lot of activities, giving lectures, going on television, going on the radio. You can see a lot of nice pictures of our campaign. We also had a football stadium with all of our campaign slogans. We met a lot of mayors to talk about the municipality, what they can do to help us to spread that message. We played soccer matches with older people and also giving a lecture afterwards to see what is good for their brain health. We also did this, we spread vaccine boxes against dementia on train station. Of course, it was not a real vaccine, but it was just lifestyle advices, a small bottle of olive oil and all kind of brain health advices. People really like that. What we also did, we had all kind of bus shelters also in the form of our campaign. So there are more than 400 places in our province of Limburg. We had these bus shelters with the display of our campaign. We had a large inflammable brain in the side of our hospital that people can walk through, and all kind of activities. We had a pharmaceutical action, so people getting their medicine. And as you can see in the bottom left, as you can see, they getting there in the bags. They were especially designed for our campaign, so people getting their medication in that. So it was really all kind of nice activities to make people in a fun and easy way aware of that. And in this year, we had a lot of community engagement. So we have more than 140 stakeholders committed to this campaign. We have more than 25,000 leaflets spread out in the whole province of Limburg. Every week we had a public event, so a lecture or a workshop. Our website was more than 10,000 times visits. The campaign posters were downloaded more than 5,000 times. We were in the media in that year more than 65 times. We had social media spread of more than 200,000 people. Our main Brain Coach app was almost downloaded 10,000 times in that year. And of course, what really is important, the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sport in the Netherlands incorporated the app on their website of Innovation and Healthcare. And the result of this campaign are now published also in BMG Open. It's the paper of Irene Heger. So what are the results? Of course, we are really interested in. So we had a pre and post assessment, 2 independent samples, almost 600 people, comparable with age, female and in sex and educational level. And what we saw is that on 2 of the 3 campaign pillars, so a campaign was built on 3 pillars. So stay curious, be physically active, exercise regularly, and eat healthy. And on 2 of the 3 campaign pillars, we saw a significant increase in awareness. And we're really proud on that, given all the limited resources that we have. And if you look at mental stimulation, so on the graph, you can see mental stimulation was already high at baseline at 80% that people were aware of that mental stimulation is in relation to their brain health. And it was a little bit higher afterwards, but we saw a really significant increase for physical exercise and eating healthy. 1 in 5 in our province also heard about the campaign, and we're also really proud on that achievement. So we're also working on all kind of other projects at the moment. So we're also working at the Prima Brain project, and we're working on implementation of dementia risk reduction in the general practices. So next to the existing cardiovascular risk management, also the addition of that Brain Coach app, implementing it in the general workflow of the general practitioner, if it works, yes or no. So we're now using all kinds of studies to see whether this is feasible or not, yes or not. We are updating this Libra score, so it's already from 2013, and we're now seeing if there are new factors that should be included in the Libra score, for instance, hearing loss, social isolation, or sleep. So that's part of the Legend project. We're also involved in the national program abroad, and we are developing and validating a new Libra score for the clinical population, so for people with subjective cognitive impairment or mild cognitive impairment, so a memory clinic population. And we are also highly involved in the finger and nail trial. So you have the Finnish finger trial that saw that after a 2-year multi-domain lifestyle intervention, people have better performances of cognitive test after 2 years of this intensive lifestyle intervention. And we are now replicating this trial in the Netherlands, also in 1,200 people. We have 8 domains. So also we added sleep and social activities. And we also have relaxation. We have physical activity, of course, diet, cardiovascular risk management, cognitive training, and we also have Souvenate as an additional module. So these are the things that I want to talk to you today. So I want to thank you for your attention, but still remember, stay curious, eat healthy, and exercise regularly. So these are the things that we also make people aware in our public health campaign, and I also want to give that to you as a take-home message. So thank you for your attention. And if you want to contact me, kite.dekkers@maastrichtuniversity.nl, you can reach me by email. So I want to, again, thanks the organization for inviting me to give an update of our current work. And I hope to see you in real life soon. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. And I have one question because I'm very interested in this development of this question, of this app. I think this is very interesting. What I have wrote is that you have done literature research and you have also included studies.
Yes.
Okay. And all this is done in this app.
Yeah, so the algorithm that is the foundation of the app is based on the systematic literature review and Delphi expert study. And all the things that we also say in the app on each lifestyle team is also checked by experts in the field and also checked by the municipal health services to see whether it's also reachable to people from lower socioeconomic status. So that's also for readability, but also for understanding. So everything is also checked.
So there are so many, I think, questionnaires. Do you have included the content from the questionnaires into this app?
Yeah, so based on questionnaires that people fill in, validated questionnaire, they get insight in their own Libra profile. So what's their room for improvement, especially what are they doing good? So that's the first thing that we start with, be positive, and things that they have to check together with the GP, for instance, cholesterol, hypertension, coronary heart disease, things that they have to check with a physician.
Mm-hmm. What I have seen in the literature is that there is no really very good questionnaire, so paper pencil questionnaire about to assess risk factors. And is this also your knowledge?
How do you mean, sorry?
You have developed this app, and I think from my experience, there is no very good paper-pencil questionnaire assessment for risk factors. Is this also your experience?
Yeah, that's true. So based on also the availability that we have in data sets, so based on questionnaire or objective measurements, we have to do it. So sometimes we have in our validation study, we only have 9 or 10 out of 12 Libra factors available. But in the app, we have all factors available, so based on validated questionnaires. But we need a combination of questionnaires. So there's no one single questionnaire covering all those risk factors.
Yes, because I think this is very good. And your app, so how it works, so you have questions inside, so the people get questions and then they can...
Yeah, so it's kind of a chat environment. So it's not that they just have to fill in questionnaire, but the idea is that they are talking to someone via chat, but these are the questionnaires. So it's also a fun way also interacting with the public.
And they get recommendations from this app?
Yeah, so based on that, they get insight in what they have to do. For instance, you have to choose the team diet or physical activity, and then they get every day, they get a nut of the day with tips or questionnaire questions or challenges that they can do based on that lifestyle team. For instance, try to eat fatty fish this week instead of red meat. That's a challenge that people can accept that, and they're getting points for that.
And as you have said, so physical exercise is very important, and also diet. Do you think something is much more important, or are these two risk factors extremely important?
So what we saw in our Libra model is that being curious in life, so cognitive activity is really protective for our brain health, for dementia risk. And being curious is having hobbies, starting a vegetable garden, trying the new cuisine, all kind of things that's also stimulating for your brain. We see that it's very protective, and that's something that people also like to do. So they know that they have to do something about physical activity, losing weight, and their diet, but being curious in life, people really like to do. So that's also advices that people like to pick up.
Okay. So do you know Jos Kools and Jan Hammers? Do you work with them? Because I know they are at the Maastricht University.
It could be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. Because they also work in the community, and it's interesting because I think it's also an important topic for them. For kidney disease, this was very interesting for me, that this is also an important risk factor.
Yeah, true. So we saw in the review from 2015, we found 9 observational studies, and we were really surprised that all 9 of them found an increased risk between having kidney dysfunction or kidney dysfunction and dementia risk. So we also did a new systematic review and meta-analysis on that. We published that in Neurology in 2017, where we also found that there is some evidence of moderate evidence for the association between kidney disease, it could be estimated glomerular filtration rates of albuminuria, and dementia risk. So that was also a trigger for us to investigate it a little bit further.
Yes, because I think most assessments did not include this risk factor. And I think this is very important. I think it's very good that you have this included.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
And I'm interested, what would you like to update in the future?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we're now working on this update with a systematic review, with an umbrella review of systematic reviews. And we think that we should include sleep, social context, perhaps something with hearing loss. These are the factors that perhaps we have to do something with it, but we only want factors that people really can do something for themselves, that they should be modifiable by people themselves or with the help of the GP. So for instance, sleep and social activities, yeah, that's really feasible that people can do something with that. So these are perhaps the target factors that we should include in the next Libra score.
Then I have 2 questions from the audience.
Yes.
Did you also analyze app metrics, whether after 2 years people were still using the app over longer periods of time?
Yes, so we did that, and the publication on that are now submitted to journals. But indeed, we saw that there is a variation in the duration that people use the app. So we see in the first, I think, 30 days that it's really impressive that people use the app, but then we lose, of course, the attention from the users. So that's something that we also need in next versions. But yeah, in general, people are really satisfied with the app. So we had also some focus groups And we also we have co-design, co-creation from the app. People like it really much. Also the idea that they can do something about their brain health. But indeed, getting people engaged with the app, continue, that is really difficult. And I think that's for all health apps, of course. That's something that we're thinking about in the future.
And did you also focus about behavior change?
Yes. Yeah.
Connected with the app?
Yeah, so the app is also based on some theories, based on the theory of planned behavior or behavior change theories. And we also adapted that. So it's also developed in collaboration with the health promotion department of our university. So we also can trigger people, as some people only need some messages, and other people really we have to take them by the hand and also getting action really done. That's difficult. Yeah.
And then there is a second question from the audience.
Mm-hmm.
So this is about age, yes, and gender. And do you also, yeah?
So the Libra is validated for people between 40 and 75 years of age. And we're now also investigating whether there are also gender differences. So that's also a separate project that we're now working on. We have 20 observational studies that we are combining to see whether there are also changes in Libra scores between males and females, people from low, middle, and high educational levels, also socioeconomic status, but also ethnicity. So that's something for the coming years that we want to publish. We're really working on that. So that's also nice.
Perfect. I thank you very much for this very interesting presentation.
No problem. Thanks for the invite.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So our next presentation is by Nicoletta Saran. She's a nursing scientist and she works at the company of Digital Assistive here in Graz, Austria. And her talk is about multimodal intervention for people with age-related cognitive impairment in long-term care settings.
Yeah. Dear participants, my name is Nicoletta Saran. In the autumn, I finished healthcare and nursing studies at the Joanneum University of Applied Sciences in Graz. The first part of my presentation is based on the results of my bachelor thesis. During the degree courses, I became increasingly interested in activating occupational activities for people with dementia. On the one hand, I gained a lot of experience in caring for people with age-related cognitive impairments. On the other hand, I completed also an internship at the spin-off company Digital Life, where I currently work as a business developer. Therefore, also the second part of my presentation is focused on the digitalized multimodal training, which is offered by Digital Life. The practical aspects of our product will be presented by our CEO, Maria Fellner, in about 1 hour within the first demo session. The reasons for the relevance of multimodal interventions for individuals with age-related cognitive impairments are pretty obvious, I think. Not only the affected individuals, but also the healthcare system could benefit from either analog or digitalized activating interventions if the interventions are able to, for example, enhance the mobility or increase the independence in the activities of daily living. Current pharmacological treatments have not shown any promising success yet and are also associated with risks of side effects. And therefore, I pose the following research question within the framework of my bachelor thesis. You can see it on the slide. How does the combination of physical and cognitive interventions affect the activities of daily living and mobility of people with age-related cognitive impairments in long-term care facilities? Yeah, the following slide shows the exclusion and the inclusion criteria that have been used to achieve the aim of the thesis. Included were only studies with populations of individuals with age-related cognitive impairments who were living in a long-term care facility. The participants should have taken part in a cognitive motor training actively. Based on the high quality of evidence, only randomized controlled studies were included in this review. In order to conduct a structured review of the studies, the search was carried out in the 3 databases PubMed, CCNI, and Cochrane. Only 5 studies of overall 715 hits could meet the inclusion criteria. But what are the results? So, unfortunately, only 1 study investigated digital intervention based on virtual reality. When it comes to the category of mobility, the results were able to achieve positive effects. Some other studies didn't show any effects, so the results were inconsistent. But in the category of activities of daily living, the cognitive motor interventions were able to achieve positive effects. The effect was even better when the intervention was combined with a creative task or with exercises of daily living. Outcomes that were not included in the primary aim of the review were also summarized. One study, for example, determined qualitative aspects, which was pretty interesting for me. It turned out that the intervention was perceived by participants as pleasant, interesting, and useful for their memory, concentration, and balance. Emotions such as alertness and pleasure were most frequently observed. Non-effects could be observed on the dual task performance after the interventions, but 2 included interventions were able to achieve positive outcomes in the category of cognition. None of the studies could report any negative side effects of the intervention. So the significance of my results are unfortunately limited by the small number of the studies included, to be honest, but nevertheless, in conclusion, it can be still said that the implementation of either analog or digital cognitive motor trainings is highly recommendable. This conclusion also matches with the current recommendations published by the World Health Organization and the Lancet Commissions when it comes to the therapeutic treatment of individuals with dementia. With this conclusion, I would like to enter the second part of my presentation, where we are going to take a closer look on the concrete example of evidence-based activating intervention. Digital Life offers a tablet app, which is based on the multimodal training model of MI's Alzheimer Hilfe Austria. The training can be used by individuals at home to stay active themselves or to train together with relatives. In the context of mobile services, it can be used supervised by professionals or with trained volunteers. In inpatient facilities and practices, it can be also used in group settings. The following slide shows us the method of the application, which is based on a holistic training according to the 5 pillars of MI's Alzheimer Austria. Each unit of approximately 45 minutes has a specific topic. You see the topics on the left side. It is in German, but the topics would be, for example, bees, fire, gardening, food and drink, and so on. Yeah, and every topic contains a sequence of exercises that stimulate the different senses of the human being, such as movement, cognition, perception, activities of daily life, and creativity. Among the different exercise types, you would find, for example, puzzles, knowledge questions, arithmetic problems, gap words, troubleshooting, pictures, songs, and so on and so on. The app has already been tested in numerous field studies and is used in daily practice, among others, by the Austrian Red Cross and the LKH Universitätsklinikum Graz. Scientific basis comes from several research projects under the lead of Yanium Research, especially the projects Multimodal and Playtime. A lot of other scientific publication has been published in the context of these projects. Yeah, the last slide shows us the big 3 steps of our company. Our innovation is a tablet-based serious game that can be already used as a therapy to slow down the onset and progression of dementia. But it is also important to mention that it can also be used by elderly people who want to stay mentally fit. In the upcoming phase of our product, we will be certified as a medical device. For the diagnostics, our worldwide unique eye tracking will be used in the future as a biomarker, together with further performance data from the app to monitor the dementia status. Yeah, I reached now the end of the presentation. I hope you enjoyed this informative and interesting day. And at this point, I would like to thank the team of the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present the results of my work. And please feel free to ask any questions if you want to, and thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much for this presentation, Nicoletta. It was very interesting. And yes, I have a question about your review. Was it only a literature review or was it a special form of review you have done?
Yeah, it was really just a literature review. And to be honest, I was kind of tied to the framework of the tasks of my university. For me, at the beginning, it was even more interested to see how multimodal interventions would affect, for example, people in the home setting who were living at home, because as we know, people who are in long-term care facilities are even maybe more affected by the impairments. So the most studies, I just saw it during my research, are focused on individuals who live at home. So if I would done that as a review on this publication, maybe I would gain more informations, but it was still interesting. For example, if we look at the digital interventions, I saw how few interventions were studied in the long-term care facilities. And I see this as a big motivation to do even maybe more research in the long-term care settings, because we always have this view that people who live in long-term care settings can't deal with digital tools, but that's maybe not true, and that's a really old-fashioned view, I think. Yeah.
Have you also found studies about home care, or you didn't include it, or?
I didn't include them, no. It was really specified on the setting of long-term care settings, yeah.
I'm interested which databases you have searched.
Cochrane, CINAHL, and PubMed.
Because you said you have only one study about technology intervention.
Yeah.
So maybe for the future, would you include another database
Yeah, of course, but it was also the time that was a problem, to be honest.
So I think most often, yes, the technical databases are not included, but I think this is for the future a very nice recommendation also in nursing science to use these databases to get more insight.
Yeah, the problem was also the wording when you are looking for multimodal interventions, because multimodal intervention is such a big definition. You know, I was always looking for all the cognitive interventions or the motor interventions, and to bring these components together, you have already a lot of keywords that you have put under one definition.
Yes. Then you have seen that mobility is not significant or have no effect. Do you think this is a problem about the interventions or the measurements they use in the studies?
I think it was more the problem when it comes to the measurement, because the study from Trautwein et al. Showed, for example, that for 60% of the participants, the mobility got better, but the significance for the whole group didn't really had any positive effects, because today it was already said that the impairments, when it comes to cognitive impairments, have so many stages. So you always have to look for a big study group, big study population, and it's different whether to decide if you want to concentrate on one subgroup or a whole group of different stages. And this is the problem, I think, because I think there are enough studies where the results had positive effects on mobility.
Mm-hmm. So I have seen in a lot of studies, or we have also our own study to measure mobility, and the assessment was a big problem because the people are care dependent, and then it's not so easy to perform these tasks. So maybe one solution could be that you measure it by technology.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think so too. So you said you have effective results. Did you also focus on the significance, on the values in your work?
Yeah, well, the positive effects in the category of activities of daily living come from two publications. It was the big studies where the max intervention took place. And in both those publications, the results were significant positive.
Then I have a question about your inclusion criteria about cognitive impairment. So which people did you include with this definition?
Yeah, I included all people with dementia, for example, but also for mild cognitive impairment.
Mm-hmm. And also other types, or only these two?
No, it were only dementia and mild cognitive impairment.
But dementia in general, so all types of dementia?
Yeah, all types of dementia, yeah.
Perfect. Yes, so thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. And now we go to the next presentation. By Lucas Paletta, and his talk is about virtual technologies and eye tracking measurements for mindfulness and activation in long-term care. So Lucas, the floor is yours.
Welcome everybody to this talk, which is bringing mindfulness training and activation in long-term dementia care in the context of virtual technologies and eye tracking measurements. Basically, the work was done in cooperation with many collaborators, as you can see on this slide. So recent research on the intervention for dementia has focused basically on the risk factors for Alzheimer's dementia. So there's the tendency that, for example, the pharma giants, they step out of dementia drug research like Pfizer in 2018. And the research is now on the impact of particular risk factors like lack of physical, social, and cognitive stimulation and sleep or bad nutrition. You can see on the time course on the right, it's associated with different kind of modifiable, potentially modifiable risk factors like smoking, depression, social isolation, and so on, that sum up in the end to amount 40% that are, so to say, manageable. Manageable in terms of the non-pharmacological intervention, like the one that has been performed in the FINGER study, reported by McGaugh and others, kind of multi-domain intervention, because a unimodal probably will not work that well. Multimodal, because there's cognitive training, physical exercises involved, dietary recommendation, vascular monitoring, for example. On the other hand, this kind of activity or activation-oriented intervention corresponds to the importance of cognitive reserve, which is a theoretical construct that was brought up through the discrepancy between observed brain lesions and neuropsychological deficits that were manifested, because although there were fundamental brain impairments, some people did not have the expected deficit. So it relates to the brain to some degree that can respond well to even very fundamental stressors or lesions even in the brain. And it has been reported it's very important, the relation to mental well-being, which is fostered, of course, by the experience of pleasant, mindful, and stimulating events. And mindfulness interventions that are seen in this context, they could include, for example, meditation, like a simple body scan or provided by a Feldenkrais trainer, or even yoga sessions. On the other hand, also there's the well-known mindfulness-based stress reduction, MSBR, intervention by Kabat-Zinn, and also other approaches like the mindfulness-based stimulation of the senses that refers to hearing, mindful seeing, mindful smelling, tasting, touching, awareness of the sensory experience. What has been reported by the scientific literature is that this kind of training is actually associated with improvements in selective and executive attention, as reported by Chiesa and Quintana, for example. There are different kinds of positive effects on both the caregivers and also the person with dementia. And particularly for mild cognitive impairment persons and persons with subjective cognitive decline, it's been reported that they are able to perform this mindfulness training, and there is various way of impact of this kind of MSBR training reported. With respect to virtual reality-based training, particularly, the Cunha and others have reported about reviews on different kinds of studies with persons with dementia, also with MCI. And they confirm that VR may actually provide a cognitive stimulation and improve the well-being through different kinds of psychological instruments. Particularly interesting, I think, is the study, the RCT study performed by Tapa and others with 68 persons with MCI, with a VR intervention using game-based content. And they show that with this intervention, they can significantly improve executive function like attention, memory, processing speed, and brain function in the resting state. So this makes, of course, very optimistic that if we bring together mindfulness training that has positive effects, on the other hand, also VR-based training or intervention, like we've done in the Austrian project Open Sense. You can see bottom left all the collaborating partner organization. So the optimism was there that bringing these kind of aspects together would have a very positive effect. And we applied a pilot test with VR-based mindfulness training One intervention group was people diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, 12 persons, aged approximately 85 years. The majority was female, and accordingly, of course, the minimum mental state estimation was rather low. On the other hand, the healthy control group, the MMSE, was of course a maximum 30, majority also females, younger person, but the same population more or less. And we applied a particular stimulus sequence, starting with a body scan, kind of motivated by a Feldenkrais trainer in a video. The same was also at the end. And then there was, for example, a video with a calm beach scene to relax, also a forest scene for relaxation, and other videos that provide a kind of imagination of different senses. For example, in the bakery, fresh bread was done close to the nose to have the smell experience. Puppies were playing around, so you had the impression you want to touch them and caress them. In the cooking scenery, people were tasting freshly cooked pudding. And in the orchestra sequence, you had intensive, of course, and very nice auditory experience. So in this sense, different senses were in a mindful way or in a positive way activated. And the overall intervention was about 30 minutes, and of course, approved by the ethics committee. Now let us look on the acceptance results that were kind of formed and also evaluated by the Medical University of Graz, Dr. Sandra Schüssler. And let me briefly report about that. So the person with mild dementia, they had a very positive acceptance, basically. The application was easy to use by 73% approximately. And there was not at all a discomfort after the VR experience. So you can see to the right that the person were seated always, they were not standing, and there were well-known person around. So in case they had some questions, they could care for them, what was not so often the case. They did not need that so much, but the feeling was that there was someone to care for them in the environment. And basically, the health control was also very positive. The application was simple overall, and there was not a lack of comfortability. Here you see the results of the application of the simulator sickness questionnaire that was applied before and afterwards. The values before are light blue, the values afterwards are dark blue. And here for the participants with dementia, we can see that there was maybe a mild malaise related feeling before in light blue, but afterwards even it was improving. So maybe they were just uncertain about what is ahead of them. And basically a more positive response, and overall it was very positive. The participants without dementia, one could say, did not have any problems, and in this sense a very positive response. The study participants were interested in the intervention. They were attentive and active during the intervention, during the virtual reality experience. And it was also reported by both groups that they could forget real problems in this virtual reality. And that was the same for persons with dementia, very high degree of response in this direction. The user particularly appreciated the realism, for example, the beach and forest scenario that you see to the right. And positive memories were associated with this kind of videos, and in this sense, a positive stimulation was taking place, and also the stimulation was to communicate with other participants. The affective state was also measured with the affective slider. This is an instrument that applies a slider applied by the user. So here for the arousal, high and low level, and here for the valence, very positive, very negative. And you can see here the values received by the person with dementia in red. They are all lower than those for healthy control, both in arousal and also in valence. And also the before and after effect, there's no difference basically also in terms of valence, but for the healthy control in light blue, you can see the values much higher, and also there's a slight increase in the, let's say, towards a positive response. You can see also here that the total score in the geriatric depression scale is much higher for the person with dementia than for the healthy control. And the FIBRE question of mindfulness, interestingly, is much lower in the total score. So you can say they're much less mindful in their trade, in their everyday interaction with the world of feeling than healthy control. And what has been reported already last year in the presentation of Professor Guilherme Wood is that we applied in the project the EEG alpha activity at the University of Graz. Professor Wood performed that together with Dr. Kober, and they investigated the alpha band, which is basically generally known to be associated with relaxation, mindfulness, and cognitive activity. And one could see that for both groups, there was an increase in the stimulation. For example, the healthy control here was already stimulated, activated, but even more afterwards, and the same for the person with dementia. And in this sense, the results show that the VR-based mindfulness training can have positive effects on neurophysiological indicators related to dementia. So we were also interested in applying new measurements strategies, like investigating the eye movements through the VR head. And it is well known that, for example, the anti-saccade test, where eye movements are investigated, is highly correlated with the mental state. And this is because Alzheimer persons demonstrate the impact on the inhibitory functionality, particularly, as been shown by Crawford and others. And you can see to the right, it is a kind of visualization of the anti-saccade test. So a stimulus like the tip of the finger is presented and the person should look away. And this kind of cognitive control task with inhibitory functionality where a person with Alzheimer do not perform that well. Also, with respect to mindfulness trait, it has been basically proved by Kumar and others that cultivated mindfulness is associated with improved attention and sensory motor control via eye tracking features. So this is the VR headset, and inside you can see in a very invasive way here are projectors that point to the eye and also cameras. Here's an image grabbed from the video camera in the VR headset, and with identified pupil diameter, and here also the orientation of the eye. And you can imagine that this kind of orientation of the gaze ray hits then with the content that is presented is related. And we know then basically through calibration where people fixate at and where they jump to via saccades. Here you can see the red dot, which is basically the gaze on the content that is presented, the calm beach scene. And here the gaze is more on the actions, on the objects, the puppies, the animals, but in specific ways. And we analyzed, for example, the blink rate and could really discriminate in a statistically significant way healthy control from person with dementia. And the same is for the mindfulness score, which achieved a very high correlation with eye movement features. And in this way, we can report that it was sufficient to present a 3-minute video to receive this kind of very clear classification on the basis of eye movement scores. The video was this kind of butterfly, and people were asked to follow this kind of butterfly. In a present ongoing project, VR for Care, together with the company Natural, again with Medical University of Graz and the nursing home Perisuti, we analyze biosensors and emotions through different kind of content, emotional content that is presented. And here from this Piggy mood score, we can see the initial emotional state was rather indifferent, and then people were positively motivated. And here we show that we are investigating the correlation between arousal, measured arousal through electrodermal activation in red over different kind of presented videos. And we see that somehow the eye movement scores on fixation in lila and also pupil diameter, they respond to that. So this is ongoing research. As a conclusion, I think the study has shown that cognitive state and mindfulness trait correlate with these eye movement measures, and that suggests really potential for non-invasive mental state assessment and also decision support in the future. In this sense, this intervention opens up many possibilities for different VR-based healthcare services, and we will have measurement and assessment and training at the same time. And these kind of applications, they will raise the awareness for the senses, activate, motivate, and also provide emotional self-regulation. Let me just point you to our human factors lab on the website. You can see different kinds of applications with different kinds of measurement technologies for dementia care. And let me close this kind of presentation with a video of a result of a project, the application that is still presented here in Graz, in our city, in the Kunsthaus art museum, and which is also related to virtual reality and elderly people in a similar context. I would like to thank again all the collaborators, and this work was funded by several Austrian agencies and the Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology, and I'm happy now to receive your questions.
So thank you very much, Lucas, for this very interesting insight in the study. And I have a question about how was the structure of the intervention?
Yeah, the structure was actually done according to Kabat-Zinn. So the structure of the kind of introduction, like calming down, and then, so to say, we have these different 7, I think, stimulus videos, and at the end again. And yeah, the idea was very much following the literature in this sense, and so it's a kind of virtual kind of representation of what is otherwise in the literature.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And for the body scan, which type of body scan you have included?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the expert for that, but I will try to answer. In the sense, it was a focus on the own body, the legs, the kind of stomach, the arms, and this kind of stuff. I don't know, maybe you know it was in the collaboration, but I could answer maybe more on the technical side.
Lucas, the videos, were they interactive or not?
The video were not really interactive. So we had one 3D graphic based video that was this butterfly, and it was not really interactive. So of course, in the future, we think about extension in this direction. There's a lot of work already out there in the literature and in the project and so on going on. And what we are interested in, or what we would like to contribute, is actually this kind of measurements and correlating, bringing that into association with this, for example, neuropsychological scores that you've seen, and enable kind of measurement automatically through just doing your intervention or your daily work and so on. So this is our focus, and we try to bring that in the different projects.
And the VR, because you have done eye tracking, do you think that VR is a very good option for assessment?
Yeah, definitely. So we have eye tracking on the tablet. We have eye tracking on the, so applied already in different kind of studies with augmented reality and virtual reality. Of course, the measurement, sorry, of the eye gaze is unaffected from any strange illumination or changes and different kind of conditions. And I think that's one reason why the assessment is really quite very positive, very strict, and we want to go on, of course, in this direction.
Thank you, Lucas, very much for this very interesting presentation. Okay, now we go to the next presentation. This is by Margareta Letzo, and her presentation is about memory attainment as an assistive technology approach.
Hello from Greece and the Memory Attainment team. I'm Margarita Letsu, and I'm the speaker for today's presentation, in which Mr. Fragiskos Panos and Mrs. Konstantina Nagnostopoulou also contributed. However, they won't be able to join us today due to heavy work schedule. In today's presentation, we will examine memory attainment as an assistive technology approach of dementia. But what is memory attainment and how was it formed? First, I want to mention that memory attainment began forming within our two elderly care units, Kosmas Oetolos in Athens, Greece, which is a family-owned business. Memory attainment is an innovative approach of dementia and related diseases, which aims to stimulate the memory without the use of medication through entertaining means. This terminology formed after considering and combining three aspects of what we wanted to achieve, and those are memory, entertainment, and maintain. More accurately, we wanted to achieve memory stimulation, entertainment while undergoing the services so the person can feel comfortable in accepting, and finally, in some sense, maintain parts of the memory for some period of time, so in a way delay the passing from one stage of dementia to the other. This attempt started 4 years ago with the implementation of the bike memory service and evolved into today's form of memory attainment. Also, during the pandemic of COVID-19 and the difficult conditions that we had to overcome, memory attainment developed a group of services that work as an assistive technology approach of dementia and other related conditions. Basically, we have developed several practical applied approaches that the guests of our two ECUs follow on a weekly basis and which are monitored and recorded. Video samples of these sessions are also streamed on our YouTube channel, Memory Attainment, where we aim at bringing people together worldwide with a common denominator, the elder care. You can always look us up as Memory Attainment on YouTube. We move on to analyze the memory attainment services one by one. And while I'm explaining each one separately, you will be watching a video sample of the services. First, we start out with the bike memory service, which, as I mentioned, was the first service that was applied, and then all others evolved. What the bike service does is that lower and upper limbs are mobilized, either combined or separately, with the use of a static bike that is adjustable. Then we have the virtual reality service where the person can watch 3D or VR videos based on pleasant life memories such as place of origin, favorite destination, favorite food and music, and important life events. Moving further, we have the music therapy creation and service, where we approach it a little differently than the usual music therapy that we all have in mind. The person sings our favorite songs and tries to remember as many lyrics as possible, accompanied by Lorenz, our practitioner, with a guitar or another musical instrument. Moreover, we give the people the chance to create songs through life experiences that they recite. An interesting and creative approach is also the gastronomy memories. The people have the chance to create favorite traditional recipes from their place of origins, accompanied by traditional music that triggers memory stimulation. Then they have the chance to taste their creations and share them. Another service that we provide is to organize online projections of favorite theater and musical plays, and that gives the people a sense of another era when they were younger. Furthermore, we provide a service called Comic Creation, which is based on personal testimonies of historical events, which are combined in drawings and dialogues to be converted later on into comic books. Finally, we provide video calls that the guests can see and speak with friends and relatives. After 4 years of study, there have been observations of slowing the progression of dementia with the use of memory attainment services. As you can see in the chart, most patients in our units suffer from Alzheimer's disease and dementia. Memory attainment services may initially contribute to the entertainment of these people, but at the same time also play a significant role in the strengthening of speech and movement. Moving along, we have included a sample of the annual development charts that we keep for the past year for 2 dementia patients. With a scale from 0 to 100, we see in these charts the course and the evolution of these people who undergo the services in our units. The first diagram is the annual performance of a male dementia patient doing the memory attainment services. As you can see in the first month, when he began to do the services, the level in his mood, speech, and movement was exceptionally low. Of course, gradually and over the next month, the next 11 months, as you can see, his state of health was improved. More specifically, within a month from February of 21 until March 21, his mood increased exponentially. At the moment, this person can participate in a dialogue, walk with some help, and all this while being in a good mood. Next, we have the annual performance diagram of a dementia female patient who also undergoes the memory attainment services. When this patient began our services in October of 20, she was at a better level of speech, movement, and mood compared to the male patient that we analyzed above. Nevertheless, there was an improvement in all 3 variables, which we are interested in and we examine. So far, we have realized that memory attainment services can help people with dementia. Some patients show greater improvement, while others can maintain and develop their mood, speech, and movement at a level that does not negatively affect their quality of daily life. Moving on, I will elaborate a little on the occupational and physical therapy because our colleagues are performing sessions at the moment and could not be attending with us. According to our physical therapist, Mrs. Anagnostopoulou, the memory attainment services bring benefits both to the mental level of the people who undergo the services and to their kinetic level. More specifically, during bike memory service and virtual reality memory service, people watch videos which have been deliberately and specially created for everyone separately to achieve the recall of memories. In addition, the videos include video and audio, aiming to stimulate both visual and audio memory. Individuals' temporal orientation improves by looking back at the past and present, as well as spatial orientation and visual perception, as individuals are asked to recognize and process the images they receive from the video. Watching videos with thematic sections that arouse the interest of the elderly aims to enhance their attention span and concentration. The bike memory service offers several mobility benefits also to the elderly who use it. In particular, through the passive movement of the bicycle, the person activates both the lower and upper limbs, mobilizing the joints and muscles. Enhances the gross mobility in which the largest and strongest muscle groups in the body are active. During the service, the person is asked to coordinate all his limbs to successfully follow the rhythm of the bicycle movement. The ultimate goal of improving the mental and motor level of the elderly is the enhancement of functionality in the activities of daily living. As a result, having the opportunity to participate in a more active daily life improves the overall quality of life and mental well-being of the individual. At the end of each memory attainment session, valuable information is recorded in the corresponding accountability, such as the person's participation and mood during the service, mental level, motor and performance, concentration, verbal and emotional expression, and any other comment or remark related to the session. Moreover, we have the physical therapy aspect, which, according to our physical therapist, Mrs. Panu, a combination with the bike memory service, benefits and treats neurological, musculoskeletal, respiratory, and psychological problems. Changes in the treatment of vascular strokes, Parkinson's disease, dysfunction of the autonomic nervous system, neuromuscular abnormalities, degenerative and other neurological diseases have been observed and monitored. Also, kinesiotherapy, strengthening and balance exercises are necessary for older people to keep their musculoskeletal system strong in order to self-care in daily activities. This results in the encouragement and animation of people in order to improve and maintain good psychology. Therefore, we can say that physiotherapy in combination with the use of memory attainment services offer the elderly a complete benefit for the activity and entertainment of body and mind. Of course, the most important is that the results of the memory attainment services sessions help the doctor understand and detect the change in the stage of dementia. At this point, I would like to mention that memory attainment is a two-dimensional concept. Besides the practical aspect, there is also our YouTube channel where we stream excerpts from the services we provide to our guests and informative videos, as you will be seeing in the following small video tour. Memory attainment channel aims to entertain and suggest innovative services based on memory, keeping abreast of current medical developments and reviewing historical medical events. As a team, we have a special purpose to create an international community, the memory attainment community, where participants and members will interact with professionals worldwide to exchange views and beliefs on various ways to address the challenges of dementia and related diseases and other elder care issues. So concluding the practical dimension of the memory attainment services, which have been implemented in our 2 elderly care units for the past 4 years, we can say that by causing memory stimulation and limb mobilization, they cause mobility enhancement and mental functionality. By stimulating the hippocampus, they cause memory recall, spatial enhancement, and visual perception. By mobilizing the joints, they bring positive changes in the musculoskeletal system. By projecting personal audiovisual videos that highlight favorite destinations, music, and comic excerpts from movies that used to make them laugh, they achieve entertainment. And a very significant assumption is that the memory-tainment services are addressed and geared towards all levels of ability, since they can be used either to confront upper or lower limb problems or hearing or vision problems. Nonetheless, we continuously develop innovative approaches aiming at diminishing the obstacles and restrictions of the pandemic. Our main concern is the maintenance of the levels of dementia to the minimum through our innovative assistive technology services adjusted to a personalized session program for everyone. However, living in an advanced technological era where artificial intelligence is essential and is presently advancing, we look forward to developing and advancing our services in the near future with artificial intelligence additions. Closing, we would like to thank Danube University of Krems for the opportunity to do this presentation and for everyone's attention. You can always contact us at the information you see on the screen. If there are any questions that are occupational or physical therapy related or scientific related, you're more than welcome to forward them at our email, and our specialized team members will answer them the soonest. Thank you for watching.
So thank you very much for this presentation. First, I have a question about your service you have developed for care units. Was this more in the nursing home setting, or were there different settings in the community you have developed these services?
I'm sorry. Hi again from Greece. Can you please repeat the question so I can understand?
So for which settings you have developed these services? What is only for nursing homes or other settings or different settings in the community?
Yes, these services can be applied to any settings. However, as a team, we practice them in the family-owned business, which has 2 elderly care units. And that's our ground of study at the moment. Well, for the past 4 years that we have been doing them.
And is it also interesting for the home care setting?
Of course, of course. These are services that can be applied in a home where a person with dementia, Alzheimer, or other related conditions lives. We do have a practitioner who applies the services, and they can take place in a house. We haven't done that yet, but we look forward to broadening our ground of services.
And is it for all stages for dementia, or is it at the beginning now more for the milder stages?
Correct. It's more for the early stages and mild stages. People that cannot react, they don't have, they're incapable of reacting. There's no ground of performing these services, such as the gastronomy memory. It's something that needs to be, that needs to include movement. So people who don't move or they cannot use their hands, of course they cannot do it.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's very good to have different types of services for the people with dementia, because for everyone a different type is very interesting, and also sometimes the mix of different.
Correct.
So, I think it's very interesting.
We do mix the bike service, if you see, with the virtual reality, with the mask. And it's very interesting to combine both. Yes, we do have, we mix the services together.
Mm-hmm. So then good luck for the next future and for the next developments. for
we
this.
look forward, yes, to developing more services.
That's perfect. So I thank you very much for this very interesting presentation.
Thank you for having us and giving us this opportunity.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So now I give the chair to Lucas.
Okay, thank you so much, Sandra, for chairing this block of presentations. Now we come to the next block, which is dedicated to shorter presentations from different companies. So this year we have a focus on Austrian companies. Last year it was more mixed. Let's see, from this side we have presentations from Digital Life, from Cogways, from 2BC Solutions, from DigniSense and Natural GmbH. Afterwards, we still will have, please remember, take in mind, into your mind, a keynote from Professor Craig Stark, and please stay tuned. I think that will be, everything will be very interesting. So we start, basically each presentation is about 10 minutes roughly, and then we have some 5 minutes for interactions, for asking back or discuss it briefly. Okay, we start with the first video, please.
Thanks for your interest and welcome to the presentation of the Digital Life app. There is a sharp increase in Alzheimer's dementia worldwide, with about 50 million people currently affected and 100 million by 2035. Since there is no cure, the World Health Organization and the Lancet Commissions recommend combined behavioral interventions as the only effective approach. Our app supports these new offers with a clear and scientifically based structure of the trainings, so that caregivers and relatives can get right into action with little training effort, even without expert knowledge. Each training unit has a specific theme, for example, water, and contains a sequence of exercises that stimulate the different senses of the human being, such as movement, cognition, and perception. You can watch a video about the method on our YouTube channel. The activating training of the tablet app is based on the multimodal training model of MAS Alzheimer-Hilfe Austria. The app itself was developed as part of several research projects together with UNEM Research and Medical University Graz. The training can be used by individuals at home to stay active themselves or to train together with relatives. In the context of mobile services, it can be used for supervised training with professionals or with trained volunteers. In inpatient facilities and practices, it can be used not only for individuals, but also in group settings. We will now show you how to work with the Digital Life app. To get started, you tap on the icon and open the app. In the settings menu, you can adjust the level of difficulty. Then you select a topic of your choice, for example, water. Each training unit starts with 3 movement exercises for mobility, strength, and coordination. You can watch the video and perform the movement exercise yourself. These exercises are developed for elderly people. If you want to skip an exercise, you just tap on the blue arrow. The next exercise is a quiz. You read the question and tap on one of 3 possible answers. Then you see a picture and the correct answer. If the answer is not correct, you can see your guess and the correct answer marked in green. The next exercise is a puzzle, where you tap on the puzzle part on the right side and put it on the correct place on the left side. We do not use drag and drop, since this is hard to do for elderly people. In the exercise with the blue boxes, you have to remember the positions and then click on them in the next step. It is important to train also activities of daily living, which is referenced in the following exercise. In this case, you put the activities for walking with the dog into the right order. Call the dog in the house, put on the leash, open the front door, go out with the dog. The level of difficulty of our math exercises always relates to the level, and there is always a break with a song.
My body is over the ocean, my body is over the sea, my body is...
Picture pairs is similar to the known game, where you have to find the 2 identical images. Outsider relates to the semantic memory, where you indicate the word that does not fit to the others. In our case, elephant, guinea pig, hamster and mouse. In the gap text, you have to sort the letters into the given words. In our case, fire department. Difference puzzle and picture quiz again relate to the visual activation, and you can always get into a free dialogue on the shown images. The last exercise is a listening quiz, where you have to guess which sound this is. In the end, you get a short feedback of your training performance. To summarize, the advantages of our training app are: it can be used individually or in group sessions, at home and in health, care and social organizations. There are many different topics, each available in 4 levels of difficulty with frequently new content. It is thoroughly tested in practice, professionally well-founded and clearly structured. It can be used immediately without additional effort. In this way, the app raises interest and motivation to integrate multimodal training regularly into everyday life. So if you're interested to test the app yourself, you can download a free version on our website. In case of any questions, please feel free to contact me personally.
So thank you, Maria, for this very nice presentation and the overview. I think maybe for some possible questions or queries, I think Nicoletta, you are there, so to say.
Yeah, I'm here again.
Perfect, from the company, yeah. Currently, I do not see any questions, so let me ask you something. So there was the mentioning of this already proved in practice and in this sense. So maybe you could say something about this practice. So how did people like it? Maybe one or two organizations where you where they were already applied, yeah, this kind of.
Yeah, not long ago, we had a cooperation with one master student, and he was investigating the qualitative aspects of the users with cooperation with the Red Cross in Niederösterreich. And the outcomes were similar to other studies that or other feedbacks with another organizations. We hear a lot that at the beginning there is some struggle. The people are a little bit anxious, but at the end of the training, people get very open and interested. And this is why our strategy is that we won't just put the application in the App Store and just let the thing happen. But for us, it is very important that we do a lot of workshops with all the organizations and partners that we meet. We have also now cooperations with institutions from Slovenia and Italy and so on. So at the beginning, of course, people are a little anxious, but when they are not alone with the digital tool, they lose the, how do I say the barriere very fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you don't let them alone, you accompany them. And in the sense, then I can assume some of the elderly people, they have never had any contact with digital technologies, or maybe even not with a tablet or so. And then, so in this, what do you do in the beginning? You
the big fear is, for example, that they can do some damage or something like that. And then it is important to explain all the caregivers and all the volunteers to whom we are giving the workshops that they have to start at the base. So they can give some recommendations as, for example, you can turn the Wi-Fi off and then nothing bad can happen, for example. Yeah.
We have one question. How did you decide which exercises you implement, and were the potential users involved in this process according basing, etc.? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing is, the method that we use is nothing really new. The method is already has been used for years at the Alzheimer therapy. The organization from whom we have the framework is called Mass Alzheimer. And yeah, so the method has been used for years before we just digitalized the whole thing.
Okay, thank you. I think that gave a nice picture to everyone what the app is about. I think there are not any more questions. So thank you, Nicoletta. Thanks, Maria, again. And we go to the next video, which is from Cockwiz GmbH from Vienna, Austria.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. So maybe I explain a little bit what we will show in the video. So actually, as some of you might know, we're quite active in nursing homes already with our system Cockwiz AI. So we started with fall detection, fall prevention, but today we want to give you a little overview and insights in our research project Diana, where we focus on supporting people suffering from dementia. And in this research project where my colleague Irene is also working, we want to enable elderly people to suffering from dementia, of course, to be able to use the toilet on their own again. So this is really important because they lose their dignity because people, they walk to the toilet and they forget what to do next. And that's exactly how we can support them. We are installing a 3D sensor in the toilet, in the bathroom of the people, and then we detect what the person is doing, and we can detect whether the person knows what the next step would be or if some help is needed. So Lucas, if you can play the video, please. Perfect, thank you very much. So of course, this is a demonstration, and it's just to illustrate when the system detects what activities the user performs and if the person is stuck. So you see Irene here entering the room. The system detects, okay, a new person entered the room, and then tracks the person and analyzes the behavior, what the person is doing. So the person doesn't really know what to do next. So in this scenario, all the steps they're shown what to do next. So all steps are explained one after another. So if the next status is identified, then the next hint is played. And actually, we're currently experimenting with different hints how to transform them to the user. So you see the avatar, you also hear a sound. We are currently identifying what the best way how to support people suffering from dementia is. And also there is another mode which you can do, which is not like following one step after another, but just analyzing the whole behavior and only calling for help or showing explanation once the system detects when a person got stuck. So in this case, Irene knows exactly what to do. She sits on the toilet, but it's like too long for the system, and she tries to get up, but she cannot get up on her own. So the system detects that the person didn't get up on their own, asks again, please stand up. And if this is not possible because the person is not able to stand up on their own, then automatically help is triggered. So in this case,
a caregiver is coming to help.
As you can see, a caregiver is notified. So yeah, that was a very short insight what we're working on. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
So I would have a question, just to get you right. The system you use in the bathroom, and then there is a screen, and also, so how do the system measure that the person is in? Are there any sensors or?
Yes, it's a 3D sensor. So it's a 3D sensor together also with an embedded computer which analyzes the behavior of the person just at the bathroom. So we're not using a camera due to privacy reasons, of course, but it's just purely the 3D data. So all the analysis is done directly in the bathroom, and then it's like a closed system triggered within the bathroom.
Okay, so there would be no problem with data leak or anything. So
no,
okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is really important, of course.
Yeah, of course it is. It's a very sensitive environment. So
yeah, especially the toilet, and the goal is that people are able to go to the toilet on their own again because of privacy. Because at the moment it's not always the technology which is just violating the dignity of the person, but if a person is really needing help, like another person who walks to the toilet, this is also a huge privacy issue. And what we found also is that this topic is nobody likes to talk about it. It's just a topic which is
yeah, I agree with you. And you plan to just for the long-term setting, or is it also in the private sector?
At this point in time for long-term care and for the toilet, but for the future, of course, for the private sector as well, because what we found out is that going to the toilet takes a lot of time for people who are at home, and also it's a huge burden for the people, for the family.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Very nice. Also from my side. So the system, so to say, the sensor and so on, maybe I'm not quite sure whether we have seen it, but I think it has this elegant form. Yeah. And
yes.
maybe you describe it a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, just give me a second. I just bring one. It's better than describing, just to be a little bit flexible, sorry. So actually, that's the 3D sensor. It's always wall mounted. So this is also really important that nobody needs to wear any kind of device. You mount it to the wall, and then it detects the whole room or the whole area in 3D. And also in there is also the embedded processing unit. So the data is not streamed to a server, but is processed directly on site.
Yeah, great. So sensor-based system and so to say the recommendation, the coach, everything integrated. That's very nice. Yeah. So did you already perform some studies, some usability study, or what do the users say? What do they want in this direction? Maybe you have something.
Yeah, of course. So it's still a running research project. So we finished, or we're just currently running the first studies. But of course, the user feedback was very positive. What we found during literature research is that, like, how to tell people suffering from dementia what the next step is. This is really difficult. So we're not quite sure yet whether the avatar version will work out, whether speech is the correct way, because people suffering from dementia, they should not be frightened by the system, of course. But it's something new in their environment, which they are not aware of and they're not used to. So you need to be very careful. So of course, we're working together with the nursing homes as well and people with dementia. So this is also very new for us and very interesting.
Yeah, great. Maybe projection or something like that could do also, but I mean, it depends completely on your usability study, of course, what the people want.
There are many ways, yeah. That's the interesting part.
Exciting. So you have to show us your results then.
Yeah, definitely we will. Yeah,
so that would be great.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we still would have a little bit of time. You mentioned also projects before, or I think you're also applying artificial intelligence, no? So
yes,
AI,
of course. Yeah, so we're applying AI. Actually, our product Cogvis AI, it's already in place in nursing homes today, where we focus on fall detection and fall prevention. But what we realized is that dementia, of course, is a huge burden also for our customers already, and that's why we perform new research projects. We're really aware that, yes, of course, it's not product ready yet, but it's a prototype, and also it needs to be evaluated in nursing homes in real life settings. This is also what we learned a lot. Evaluating prototypes as early as possible with the real users is so beneficial for both, of course, and also for the further development, because yes, for fall detection, we saw you do literature research and you find 20 ways of falling, and then you go directly to nursing homes and they tell you they're not 20 ways, but they're indefinite ways of falling, because you cannot really specify how a person is falling. So this is very interesting just to see both worlds, combining both worlds and transforming the research results into a product. So this is really exciting for us.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I only can agree, this kind of focus groups and usability requirement study, everything that's really paying extremely off, extremely important.
Yes,
definitely. And getting ideas that otherwise wouldn't come into the mind of an engineer or something like that. Yeah. Maybe you can tell us a little. We have you on the video. You know, we use the opportunity. Can tell a little bit more about one of your projects or something like that. Maybe you already outlined, so this kind of risk, yeah, the frailty, for falling down the different ways, but maybe.
Yeah, actually, we're dealing not only, so we started back in 2010 with detecting falls, which is kind of challenging. Then we started to implement fall prevention. So this means we're detecting once a person is getting out of the bed in a nursing home, sending an alarm so that nurses can rush by and assist people while getting up, so that the fall does not happen at all. And now we're discussing further developments, and also with nursing homes, also with the GGZ, for example, where we can, how we can further develop the system, for example, like analyzing not directly the gait, but just the movement patterns of the person, so that we can identify risk of falling already much earlier. And also, of course, in a few years, we see our system in private homes, because the ultimate goal, of course, is that people stay as long as possible possible in private homes. But we're a little bit overwhelmed by the feedback we got from the nursing homes and the ideas we got back, the feedback, what else and how we can support them. So there is so many use cases, and even today we're learning day by day another use case, which is just a great benefit, and we see how can extend our systems.
Very exciting. Mrs. Königshofer, maybe you wanted, you put your hands up, but maybe you want.
Yeah, sorry. I was just wondering, so when you say the fall detection system, which you use in the long-term facilities, and how get the nursing staff the notification when there is a fall happened, or it is just happened, or it will happen? So
yeah. So we're using the nurse call system, which is already in place. Mm-hmm. So we're sending directly a nurse call, like when the person is pushing the button and ringing the bell, asking for help. This is exactly the same alarm. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for answering all these questions and giving us so much insight. So I think there are no further questions. Then thank you so much for your openness.
Thank you very much.
Wishing you the best for your project and that everything turns out well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next presentation or video is from 2BC Solutions GmbH from Innsbruck, Austria. And we'll start the video, please.
Hi, my name is Felix Piazzolo. I'm the CEO of the 2BC Solutions company. And I'm looking forward for just presenting within 10 minutes what we have been done in the past and what we can do to support actually more freedom through security for people with dementia. But not looking at it in a closed way, but in an open way to have a holistic solution that is available for inpatient care organizations. So we are combining nurse call, wander control, and mobile call functionalities in just one single system. We're doing this because, as you all know, we see the speed of population aging, especially in the Western countries, but also, for example, in China and in Japan, also with the effect that we have more and more older people that are longer ill, and that's why the initiative by the EU, More Years, Better Lives, or more healthy years actually, should be supported. But looking at the situation, we do have already 50% of people over 65 that are impaired, and many of them, and more people are suffering from dementia, and we are trying to find a solution how the healthcare system can better support this situation and people living with that situation. Looking at the numbers from Japan, that's the only country that has registered numbers. For example, dementia people got lost 12,000 in just 1 year in 2015, with hundreds found dead. Hours, days, weeks found later. And that's why we do need systems that react fast and where you have a location where to search for the person. And there are different ways to do that, and I want to show you a fully integrated holistic solution that supports that. But what are the main challenges to tackle for those IT solutions? We have solutions in place that are call systems that work either indoors or outdoors, but not both at the same time, and not fully integrated and not seamless. We do need precise locating results and special features to raise the acceptance of such systems. In general, a flexible disorientation care system for people with dementia. And we want to integrate it in a existing infrastructure, or just use one infrastructure and avoid multiple infrastructures. Because if you have several infrastructures at the same time, you have higher costs and you have higher maintenance costs, especially in the long run. We need at the same time interoperable, smooth care processes that should be supported, and the components in the whole system should fulfill the standards, the market standards we have, especially in German-speaking countries like Switzerland, Austria, and Germany. Is, for example, the DIN VDE 0834, which is a strong standard and not easy to fulfill by solution providers. But with that standard, you fulfill probably the strongest regulations you can have when setting up a fully integrated nurse call system that works indoors and outdoors at the same time. So those three typical components you have, also with the typical borders, are the nurse call systems, where you normally don't have any alternative, since it's obligatory to be in place and to be set up in a special way. That's the DIN standard. Then you have water control systems, very often an add-on from third-party companies. And that works also indoors and outdoors, depending on the solution. Most of them only work indoors. And those are specific, only implemented for people suffering from dementia. In addition, you have mobile call systems, mainly working outdoors, but our system works indoors and outdoors. That is not only for the usage for people suffering from dementia, but for any customer living in an inpatient care organization. And what would be the alternative? The alternative would be closed facilities or structural measures where people can't go outside. And that's not the goal we all should have. And there are some legal and ethical points of view that would not support this idea. So before looking at the system and the components, let's have a look at the functionalities and the triggers you have. Typical triggers, there are manual triggers. So for example, for the emergency button, like this one, or pull cords, pneumatic buttons with built-in confirmation LEDs, as you have just seen. This can be also a nurse call system, or it could be a third-party product with a potential-free contact, for example, you're using with our radio system. Then you have the missing person functionality, which is important to provide quick action via emergency location by authorized persons if someone is missing. Then you have the wonder alarm functionalities, typically for entrances or exits, but also to, for example, have elevators secured so you can't go into the elevator, it doesn't go up and down due to the fact that you're a person with dementia that shouldn't switch to other levels. But still, most systems work then the whole day like this, but it should be more individual, that a group of persons can be allowed during the day, going more outside, having more space to go. Then you have the fall detection functionalities. You do have, in addition to the wonder alarm, exiting the two pieces radio system. That's even more comfortable way, because you don't look at one specific door or one specific elevator. You look at the overall building and the area around the building. And if you're exiting the radio system, then it gives an alarm just early enough to react, but with the most freedom you can provide to people suffering from dementia that are wondering. Then you have the battery control. You have a geo alarm with areas you're allowed to go or not to go. So if you're entering, for example, dangerous places, and you have the vital daily feedback functionality. So if you don't give positive feedback to the system in any way, either a sensor or two pieces a special product, a wall-mounted button, for example, or one of the watches, which we have in different colors and different ways to wear, for example, for people with dementia, also a fixed one. And if you get positive feedback, then no alarm is triggered, otherwise an alarm is triggered. So these triggers, they communicate mainly, not only, but mainly with the infrastructure at place in the stationary care organization. We do have long-range readers, short-range readers, and IP readers for outdoor usage, and those can be implemented easily using different ways to connect to the internet or internet using the internet protocol. For example, this is one of our customers with around 20 inhabitants per wing, I'd say, and you have the different readers at place and also the gates at the entrances or exits. Then you have potential locating results and meta results that can be a result, for example, when someone triggers an alarm, or for someone looking for a person that is missing, that also works outdoors. This is just the indoor view. And also the two pieces, or exiting the two pieces radio triggers, for example, this view on this building, where you have coverage. And once you leave the building, so about 20 meters away from the building, then it gives an alarm and triggers an alarm. So looking at the three different systems, we provide at the nurse call system with different voltage input you can use. So it's easy actually to replace old ones by our system, because we provide 7 to 30 volt voltage input, and standard is 12 to 24, depending on which system you have been using beforehand. So there are some details. I don't want to get into those details at the moment for this presentation, but please contact me for further, or question me after the presentation about those topics. What is most important, it has to be compatible with the two pieces call system and wandering control system. So, for example, as I have shown before, we have different devices, also for caregivers. So that, for example, for the wandering control system, it is detected that if people go together outside, so a person in care or need of care, and a caregiver, if they go outside together, no alarm is executed. We do have different wander control functionalities. This, for example, is okay, it's detected by the readers and gives an alarm right away. It's not checking if the door is open or closed, and doesn't lock. But other functionalities is that if you have a door that is lockable, then our system can lock the door. And also with the information, if the door is, for example, closed, you don't need an alarm, because you know the person didn't leave the building or the area. So these functionalities provide the possibility to have a very smooth event-related call process, because we do detect secure and fast a trigger and assign that to the persons that are involved. We do have automatic locating, we do have automatic notification, we do have automatic documentation. Overall, 3 components, so nurse call, mobile call, and wander control. So the next generation of call systems should be one without borders. And we are providing this, and I'm more than happy to get in contact with you, in personal contact or via video call. And I hope you enjoyed the presentation and see what is possible. And yeah, enjoy the day, and I'm looking forward for your questions. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Yeah, also thanks to Felix for the presentation, and the company, of course, two pieces. Mr. Rote, I think you're there.
Yes.
To take maybe any questions. currently, yeah, of course, everyone is encouraged also during the presentation to write something in the question and answer box or in the chat, but of course in the question and answer box is more straightforward. Yeah, maybe I have a question. Who are your major customers? So what is the typical application? I think this kind of protected area model or something like that, maybe something like that, where's the application, maybe, yeah.
So, I mean, the system works for both inpatient and outpatient applications, but I would say the most typical are nursing homes, where the system can be fully integrated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's straightforward. The answer is also related to the closing of the doors in the sense.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So you can then, of course, estimate somehow where the people, where the person have been, also in different rooms or something like that. Also in part of the rooms, is that too deep?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
So the localization works within a pretty close range, so we can know pretty exactly where a person is at the moment. But I think what's important here is that a person can only be located when an alarm has been triggered. So we're not constantly tracking where people are going, but only if there's an active alarm, and we only store the last two locations.
Yeah, which makes sense. So for data protection,
for privacy reasons, yeah, exactly.
That answers also the potential question if, yeah, this kind of information could be associated with kind of services or requirements or something like that. But this is a condition, of course, that makes sense. Yeah. You presented this wearable, and there were a long list of functionalities and services in this sense. What is liked most by the customers? Of the functionalities, or is there something that is emphasized by the customers? Or
I think what's in general for the system is like very much that it works both indoors and outdoors, and that we provide an app where alarms can be seen and can be closed and documented right away.
Perfect. And so also relatives maybe might be informed and so on.
Yeah, so the escalation plan, what happens when an alarm is triggered, can be can be customized.
Can be customized. Yeah, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think no more question. Thanks a lot for the presentation. Also, be ready for all the questions. So we come then to the next presentation, which is from Dignisense GmbH Graz, Austria. And please let's go on with the video.
Hello everybody, my name is Simon and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Dignisense. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very pleased to be able to present the work and the first product of Dignisense at the 3rd Krems Dementia Conference. Many thanks to the organizers for this opportunity. Dignisense, the all-in-one solution for the detection of incontinence episodes and movement monitoring, or the vision to create a significant positive impact in the care sector. Before I explain to you the function of our first product, ASCA1, and the problems it can solve in everyday care, I would like to tell you briefly how the foundation and the development of this product came out. On the one hand, this should be able you to understand the motives and motivations of the founding team, and on the other hand, it should illustrate which major milestones the company has reached so far. To the problem, identification and awareness of problems in everyday nursing care. In the course of my professional work in a law firm, I had very close contact with adult clients in need of care. Since most of these clients were either accommodated in inpatient care facilities or received 24-hour nursing care, I noticed a pattern that runs like a thread through the communication between me, the people in need of care, and the nursing professionals over the years. Elderly people in need of care or suffering from dementia, as well as nursing professionals, have to face problems and challenges that are related to the implementation of nursing measures. In this context, topics that were discussed again and again were efficiency and effectiveness issues regarding to the adequate care of people who were dependent on wearing incontinence products, especially the topic of follow-up costs and follow-up treatment due to inadequate incontinence care, accompanied me and my colleagues throughout. The personal factor. A second important factor for the implementation of the idea of digital care assistance was my grandfather, who suffered from dementia and was cared for within the framework of 24-hour care. He was not only affected by incontinence, but was also at the risk of falling towards to the end of his life, which presented him, my family, and his carer with enormous difficulties. After challenges in the care sector were identified on our part, or awareness of them was created for us, two concrete solution ideas, specifically digital assistance with regard to continence management and fall prevention, were evaluated in a course of countless discussions with care institutions, care experts, and people in need of care. Due to the fact that our idea was received and evaluated positively throughout, the founder of Dignisens GmbH decided to implement this vision of digital care assistance as a company. But now to the product ASCA One, its function and the problems that can be solved with the application. The challenge. As I mentioned earlier, we have identified the following facts in consultation with care experts and care professionals, which are used as a basis for the product development of our care assistant. Number one, there are currently about 1 million people in inpatient care facilities in the DACH region, and 65% of these people are affected by incontinence, for example, urinary, fecal, or double incontinence. The currently practiced continence management, as it is applied in practice, is, and this was shown to us by the result of interviews in nursing homes, from the point of view of the nursing staff, is cumbersome, inefficient, time-consuming, as well as physically and mentally stressful. The resulting problems can be summarized as the following. Due to inadequate incontinence care, consequential costs can rise. In particular, the lack of staff and an overload of staff in nursing homes lead to losses in terms of nursing efficiency and the quality of nursing care. Nightly checkup routines result in affected persons not being able to sleep through the night. The keyword here is the quality of life. And demonstrable health risk in case of inadequate nursing care. So we decided to make a solution for this. The solution is ASCA One. Our solution to the problems described is the following. ASCA One, this stands for Advanced Sensoric Care Assistance. ASCA One is a small sensor device that is attached to an incontinence product from the outside in the bladder area with a few single hand movements and informs the users, for example, the nursing staff, in real time when an incontinence episode has occurred or when the person in need of care gets out of bed at night, for example. So, what's the deal? What's the technique behind this? How does ASCA One work? ASCA One is a Class 1 medical device and was designed, developed, and certified in close cooperation with care professionals, nursing homes, and care experts. At the core of the product are various state-of-the-art sensors that detect and process gases, humidity, temperature, and movement values on the person in need of care. The product has a connection to our cloud backend, in which all events are assigned to the individual patients. The notification types. In the event of a detected event, notifications are forwarded to the nursing staff via the call systems, for example, through a call system by the company Schrack, via a smartphone or browser app or via SMS. In addition to the notification function, there's also the option to have all notifications automatically documented by the system. This way, data can be evaluated afterwards. The added value generated for users, care recipients, and home operators is the following. Regarding to stool detection. By detecting stool incontinence episodes, follow-up routines can be omitted. In this sense, ASCA One replaces follow-up routines with regard to continence management. ASCA One enables rapid nursing measures through the corresponding notifications and reduces the risk of skin irritations if, for example, nursing care is not provided quickly. It is important to note that ASCA1 distinguishes between fecal incontinence episodes and flatulence. Regarding the urine detection, the added value generated concerning the detection of urine basically coincide with those of the detection of feces. But it should be said that functionally, notification is only given when the suction capacity of the incontinence product has been reached. In this sense, ASCA1 can be described as a digital indicator strip on the diaper. The motion detection. As mentioned earlier, the third essential function of ASCA1 is the detection of distinctive movements. As soon as the person in need of care leaves the bed at night, ASCA1 detects this and notifies the nursing staff. In this context, it is important to note that this application explicitly does not constitute a measure that restricts freedom. ASCA1 does not restrict the residents. ASCA1 only enables rapid nursing support, for example, when going to the toilet at night, or if the person in need of care needs assistance in this way. So let's talk about or summarize the added value. As already mentioned in the course of this presentation of the individual functions of ASCA1, I would like to once again highlight the core added values of our product or compare them with the previous status quo. Number one, ASCA1 creates a physical and mental relief for the nursing staff. These digital nursing assistants can demonstrate a clinically proven added value, which was identified in the clinical evaluation. Health risks can be minimized. Adding up these three value factors, the application of ASCA1 results in a monthly added value of about 150 euros per device or per person in need of care, which explains or represents our business model. So let's talk about the business model. Each ASCA1 device can be rented monthly for about 30 euros per device. For the initial installation in a care facility, Dignisense charges an installation fee, which covers the hardware costs, for example, the corresponding gateways for the network coverage, as well as the general installation costs of the technician team. Yeah, keyword team. Let's talk about Dignisense and the team behind it. Dignisense was founded by 5 founders in early 2020. With each founding member bringing relevant and valuable competences to the company for the success of Dignisense. In particular, the core team covers the competences of software and hardware development, medical product development, marketing and sales, law and innovation management, as well as funding and financing. The founding team is at the moment supported by 3 female employees who provide valuable input in the areas of usability, risk management, quality management, software development, and key account management. So what's our plan for the future? Our vision. As you have already heard, our goal or self-imposed mission is to achieve a positive impact in the care sector, not only in the primary market, the inpatient care facilities, but also in the secondary market, the private 24-hour care sector. This is the case with ASCA1, as well as with other products, the conceptual design of which currently underway. However, since this path cannot be taken alone, it is of great concern to us to take the future path together with long-term project partners, this within the framework of mutual synergies. So from my perspective, I say thank you very much. My colleague, Mrs. Königshofer, can then answer any further questions you may have about us, our mission, and our product. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you also for this very nice presentation. And yeah, now so maybe there's one question to the presentation before. We will put it for later. Of course, now we're focused on your presentation. I would have a question. So I find it actually amazing that your sensors are so well, so to say, discriminating these different kind of stuff. So do you need a calibration procedure for each person or something like that to adjust, or is that kind of pretty much a general purpose application? So what is your...
So I'm actually from the nursing field, so I'm not from the technical side, but as I know, because we are right now in the pilot phase, so as I know, it should be possible that you put just the sensor on each person and it will just measure every time the same. But yeah, that's what I know the technical side.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's already important to know in this sense. Yeah, and from the nursing side, so yeah, so I think that's appreciated a lot by the nursing services, because that reduces.
Yes, I think so. I think because the important factor is the time-saving factor, which is very important for the nursing staff, and also, of course, for the patients, because it's a kind of security net you have, because you know, okay, you're wearing the sensor, and you know when something happens according to incontinence episodes, the nursing staff will get the alarm or the notification, and they know, okay, they will come. And also for the nursing staff, of course, it's better to plan and to just give the care for the people which are needing in the moment.
Yeah, thanks, very useful. So in this sense, so to say, that gives an advantage. And with respect to, I mean, it's in general for elderly people, of course, there are so many different kind of use cases, so to say, but maybe you have some response from person with dementia, or, I mean, progressed, maybe dementia or something like that. So of course, many things mixed up.
Yeah, I think it's there are many things mixed up, and in the pilot phase, there are some people with dementia already, and yeah, it's a mild dementia. It's not like the worst way of the illness, but it's a mild way, and normally they understand when we are just explaining to them what happens, and you know, then it's accepted.
Fine, thanks. You mentioned also this kind of long-term project idea, or maybe you can outline a little bit on that.
Yeah, so right now we are having workshops done in the different long-term facilities, just to yeah, evaluate another wishes and needs according to the digitalization in the nursing sector. And yeah, we are just yeah, we are talking with the experts in the field.
Okay, fine. So do you use this data then? Because we had this kind of, you know, data protection as an advantage, and then of course disadvantage, you cannot use that maybe to some degree.
No, it's not those data are not used. That's just for the documentation systems, which are the nursing staff doing anyway. So we are not using the data.
Thank you. So far, yeah, I don't know, any other questions maybe? Different side? No, it was explaining a lot, and also your answers. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So then we go to the next presentation of Natural GmbH, a company that is located in Linz, Austria. And yeah, let's play the video, please.
Hello to everybody. I'm Patricia Papic. I'm working for the company Natural in Upper Austria in Linz. And today I want to present you our project. We are for Mind and Motion, which is dealing, or our main target is to develop a training for people with dementia. So, welcome in the virtual world of VR for Mind and Motion. So, as already mentioned, Natural was founded 20 years ago and has been intensively researching and developing in the field of e-health for around 10 years. So we had a lot of projects the last years where we focused on virtual reality glasses and in the combination with training. So in the project VR for Therapy, we tried to create content which is biography related and to show it to people with dementia. And then we had a project, which was called Journey into the Body, with a focus on education of kids. And in New Reality, the main goal was to set up a training, which is then, a motivation for the people to use it more over. For now, we are also included in the project Medusa, where we are the main part for dissemination, but the project is focused on a virtual training method for neurosurgeons. Then in the project WheelSim, we created a 3D application for wheelchair users. And in the project We Are for Care, we focused on the gender-specific content. So the main target of the project, We Are for Mind Emotion, is to develop a VR-supported training system for people with dementia, which is to be used in care facilities, but also we want to implement it in the future in the home environment. So the basic idea is to let people with dementia experience 360-degree videos like landscapes or forest. And these videos, we combine them with the physical training on the ergometer. And the focus of the training, so of this combination of these both factors, is to evoke positive feelings of people with dementia. And the aim is also to relax them and at the same time to motivate them to be physically active. We Are for Mind Emotion is intended to expand this therapy conventionally. So to have the opportunity to support caregivers, but also relatives at home. And the most important thing for us is that this product is easy to use, so that it's wireless, that you can use it with several virtual reality glasses at the same time, and maybe also in future that you can create your own content. So here you can see a short overview about our web application, where you can choose upon different videos. A few we have created at our own, a few are created by our project partners, and a few of them we took it out of the web. Then you pick up the most interesting videos, and then in a playlist, here we created the playlist Austria. You can choose which video you want to see at first and which one you want to see afterwards. And then you click on play and you see the whole video in the virtual reality glasses. And the project is also combined with a clinical pilot study. So we want to evaluate there the user satisfaction, also the behavioral changes, and maybe possible improvement of the physical conditions. In this pilot study, we are collecting different parameters like the heart rate variability, gait, effects on cognitive memory, and some more. So we are not alone in this project. We are, and also in this, especially in this project, we are a few SMEs, organizations, and R&D organizations in Upper Austria. We have a few sponsoring partners which are situated in Germany. And we want also to take this opportunity today to thank our funding body, the province of Upper Austria. So thanks here that I had the opportunity to share our project results so far. If you have any questions, you can contact me via email, and I'm glad to hear from you, and thanks again. Bye. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, Patricia, for this nice presentation as well. I will first have a look on the question answer. Does it look like anything new? Yeah, so maybe since you mentioned also this project, nice project with person with dementia particularly, so maybe some person, they cannot imagine that person with dementia, Alzheimer, whatever, that they would use virtual reality, or if they use it, then yeah, what's their kind of response? What do they like? And then maybe you can help us a little bit in that imagination, so to say.
Yeah, of course. So we are dealing for now a few years with this topic, training and dementia. And the tests in this project haven't started so far, so we will start them in a few months. But we are also together in a project with you, Smart Care and other ones. So We Are for Care is one special one, where we had a video, for example, where we visited the hairdresser, and then we showed them, or you showed them to the people, especially to the person which is known by the hairdresser, and then she wanted to interact with this one. So this is one example, but I know also from my colleagues that in the former tests we recognized also that there is a changes in mood, so that they're not stressed, that they calm down, and yeah, afterwards also the positive aspects after the training are more intensive than maybe other trainings.
Thank you. So they like it.
Yeah.
Mostly. I mean, there always will be people that like this, or but the whole majority is like responding positively.
Let's say that most of them like it. We had a few which are maybe get sick, because you have to imagine you put the glasses on and maybe you do it too fast, or the content is also not that interesting. Then we stop the tests, of course.
And so the model, the idea is that caregivers, they are nearby or relatives in this direction.
Yes, so this is the main focus group. Of course, we've started now with caregivers in Upper Austria in a daily center with for people with dementia, and afterwards it is the plan that you use it at home, not only for people with dementia, but also with the focus on of prevention. So this is to use it for therapy, but also for prevention and diagnosis.
Mm-hmm. So have a positive intervention, so to say.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I think you explained everything in the video, so I don't see questions currently. Of course, we will publish the video, then also the whole video of the whole symposium via YouTube. Of course, ask everyone again whether that's appropriate, but I think there will be a good opportunity to look into the details of all your presentations and having also the contact information. And in this sense, okay, thank you. I would like to thank all the companies that made their effort into the preparation, particularly for the symposium. Thank you a lot. And I think it was really a very nice overview what's going on. Yeah, so I see basically, yeah, we have, of course, now what is left is the keynote, and we are all curious for that, but I think maybe we will start it exactly at 3:40 p.m. Austrian time, or Central European summer time. And maybe we wait until that, because there are people maybe coming from other sessions of the main conference. And I see that Professor Stark is already present. So if you agree, then we would wait until 3:40 and just make a small break in between. But at 3:40, please don't leave, because we're really very exciting keynote. Okay, just a break, 10 minutes, and then we come back. So welcome everybody after a day of presentations, and now finally we are very curious. So welcome, great Professor Stark, great to have you here. We come now to the keynote speech. Old brains, new tricks, can environmental enrichment improve aging memory? And we're extremely happy to have you here in the symposium. You are a James McGaugh Chair in Neurobiology of Learning and Memory, Professor of the Department of Neurobiology and Behavior Director in the Facility for Imaging and Brain Research called FIBRE, I think in the shortcut version, and Campus Center for Neuroimaging, and also in the School of Biological Sciences at the University of California in Irvine. So we are very happy and we can't wait to see your presentations. I would like to, afterwards we have the question of answer. Martin, can you start the video, please?
Hello there. I'm Dr. Craig Stark, and I'd like to thank you for tuning into this remote delivery here of the talk. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I'd like to sort of blame the pandemic that I'm now not out there enjoying a wonderful conference with you all, but sort of thank also the technology that lets me do this from across the globe despite all of that. My goal today is to share with you some of the research that we've been doing on not only sort of how and why our memory changes with age, but also how we might be able to leverage this concept of environmental enrichment, something that others have studied extensively in rodents, and be able to use that as a way to actually help out our memory as we age. So first off, our take-home messages for the day. First part of the talk is going to be covering how our hippocampal memory system really is declining, changing here with age. And this is part of why we lose our memory for the details as we age. Second part, though, is going to be talking about using this phenomenon of environmental enrichment, trying to map that, take that from studies in rodents and actually apply it over into studies of humans and show that, yes, this is a way that we can actually help rescue some of this decline. All right, so first, just to make sure we're all on the same page, summarizing decades worth of work in human memory and aging, one of the key themes is that as we age, yes, our memory gets worse, but it gets worse in some sort of stereotypical kinds of ways, at least outside of dementia here. And one of the key things is we hold on to the gist of events, but we lose our ability to really remember the details of those events, or it declines. So for example, you may say, I know I remember this happening, but when did it actually happen? Or I know I read it somewhere, but where did I read that? I know I've seen her before, I know I've met her, but I can't remember who she is. Or the classic, I know I came home, I put my keys down, but where are they? So in all of these, we have this notion that there's a gist of that event that has actually stayed. You remember that it happened, but these added little extra bits. Who told me? Where was I? Did I read it? Did somebody tell it to me? These are some of the things that really definitely decline here with age. So we're going to be talking a lot about the brain structure of the hippocampus. And here's the obligatory MR of, this is actually my head. So we can spin this sucker around here. And if we slice into the middle of the brain and then come back out just a little bit, right in here, this is the hippocampus. So you have one on the left and one on the right. It seems to always do this to me here. In any case, you have one on the left and one on the right, and it's just past the midline and a little bit out there. If we were to bring it out of the brain, it looks like this. It's a sort of 3D rendering of it. And if you look at that, you say, oh my gosh, that's a seahorse. Okay, hippocampus is Latin for seahorse, and I guess some bored anatomists thought that looked like a seahorse. You get, if you slice into it, you get some cool little bits, and that's actually, by the way, where the lab logo comes from. But what we know about the hippocampus, at least we think we know about the hippocampus, is that it's crucial in our ability to rapidly store new arbitrary associations and informations. Now, researchers like me argue a lot about the exact way to best describe that, but that's a theme that underlies a whole heck of a lot of the theories on it. And one of the key ideas is that the hippocampus takes very similar representation. So representation of two very similar events, where I parked my keys yesterday versus where I parked my car today. pulls them apart into very different patterns of activity, that's that pattern separation, so that you can learn about one without overwriting and changing the other. We think fundamentally this is how it's actually working to do its job of letting us rapidly store this. So it'll take very similar things and pull it apart. Okay, if we look in animal models, we can actually even see some things that look a bit like this here. And we can also see some of the key hallmarks of aging. So here, what you have is you have a rat in a circular environment, and we have something called a place cell. So the experimenters here had either a circular version of this room or a square version of this room. And for example, when the rat wanders around the square part of the room, whenever it's in this particular quadrant, so say right here, this one particular neuron that they're listening to fires. We call it a place cell. It's involved in spatial memory. It's one of the key sort of aspects of the hippocampus here. But if you notice, it fires in this location in this room. But if you take this rat and instead you put it into a round room, all the same things on the wall, but it's now a different room, that cell doesn't fire because look, it's a different place. So even though it's a very, very similar kind of thing, you took me out of the home cage, you put me into a box, there are these things on the wall, they're the same things. It's a different place, and so I'm going to have different cells that fire and give me my memory for this. That's what a young hippocampus does. Here's what an older hippocampus does. Well, okay, here's the place cell firing in this little quadrant here in the square thing, but now it also fires around the same cue in the round box. Look, you took me out of my cage, you put me into a box, there are these things on the wall, it's all the same place to me. All right, so that detail, that added extra little bit, the round versus square, is lost, and so this rat thinks it's in the same place. All right, a loss of memory for the details. Now, in mice and rats, we can go through, and well, others can go through, and really try to not only trace out the circuitry of the hippocampus, everything here in yellow is part of the hippocampal circuit itself, but all of the connections within here and see how these things change with age. So for example, all of these red connections here and modulations are things that we know are changing in the rodent hippocampus with typical aging outside of any kind of Alzheimer's disease. So for example, one of the main input pathways into the hippocampus, this perforant path leading into the dentate and CA3, it's degrading in typical age in rodents. So, okay, but all this is going on in rodents, what about us? And well, the first part of my talk is showing you that yes, some of these same things are happening in us here as well. So first off, I need a nice little test to get us memory for the details. This is a task that my lab designed well, back in 2006, 2007 here with one former student, Brock Kerman. And the task works as follows. It starts off looking like a very, very standard recognition memory task. Participants see colored objects here. And then after a brief delay, they're tested. They get pictures. Some of them are ones they've seen before, like this four-leaf clover. It's repetition. They should say, yeah, that's an old one. Some of them are brand new ones that they haven't seen before, like this little rubber ducky. You say, no, you haven't seen that one. Here's where it takes a little bit of a modification. We also have things that are very, very similar to what you've seen before, but not exactly the same thing, like these two seahorses. So on those, you should tell me that it's similar, but not exactly the same thing. Okay, according to all of our theories and models of the hippocampus, this should be a very, very hippocampal dependent task, at least this aspect. Sure enough, if you take people who have lesions to the hippocampus, restricted to the hippocampus, their ability to know that they study this and they're tested on that later on and that they hadn't seen the rubber ducky, it's not really at least majorly affected. Whether this is a real effect or not has been a decades worth of debate in literature. However, this here, did I show you this seahorse or this one? Well, healthy controls can do this just fine, or at least reasonably. If you have damage to your hippocampus, you have a really, really tough time with this. Okay, so we have a task that we know is very, very sensitive to hippocampal damage. It turns out it's also very, very sensitive to aging. So that same kind of thing, if we take people in their 20s and 30s, 40s and 50s, 60s, 70s, 70s and 80s, you can see that this simple recognition of the gist-based memory isn't really changing. It does change a bit when you get into mild cognitive impairment. Here, by the way, are the individual dots on that, a little scatter plot. You can see there's not much of a decline with age there. However, oh, yeah, this one here, very, very heavily declines with age. Now, whether this truly flattens out or by the time you're in your 80s and you can come into my lab for all this testing, you're, well, a really, really good 80-year-old, that's probably one of the things that's going on with this. So in any case, we know that this is very, very sensitive to aging, which is consistent with that idea of hippocampal changes with age. But we want to try to actually measure this a little bit more directly. And one of the ways in which we've done this with functional imaging, we've done it in a number of ways. One way that we're looking at it right now is with diffusion imaging. So in diffusion imaging, you make these pretty pictures often of looking at the white matter connectivity. And we do this by jiggling water molecules in lots of different directions. An analogy I really, really like for this is, let's say I were in a plane hovering over, this happens to be part of Southern California where I am, and maybe it's even at night. So you can't actually see the roads, you can't see the cars, you can't see anything, but there are going to be headlights on those cars. Now those cars are going to be moving throughout this whole area. I could actually go through and do something, I could do something like say, hey, look, let me look right here and let me just sort of watch how the headlights are moving. What I find is that, well, pretty rapidly, there are headlights moving in this direction, not in this direction. I move down over here, it's the same thing, moving this one and this one, nothing else. I move down over here, well, be this way and this way, but also there'd be some stuff going this way and this way. I come over here, there'd be things going in this direction. So if I were just to look at these headlights moving at night, I could actually make a map of the roads in the area. And that's really the way diffusion is working. Instead of just naturally having it diffuse, we try to make the water molecules move. But when we do this, we can actually then map out these white matter, these tracks that are connecting them. But we don't have to be limited to the white matter. We can look within the gray matter as well, which is sort of like inside the neighborhoods. Yeah, there's going to be less diffusion. Cars don't move as quickly and there aren't as many of them, but there still are roads. Well, in a cortical sheet, there still are axons that are oriented in a very, very stereotypical way. And even in the hippocampus on my background here, you can see, yes, there are axons and dendrites and everything oriented in very, very stereotypical ways, even within gray matter. So we can then take this and try to use this to actually understand how connectivity, how the microstructure and how the connectivity initially are and how they may change with age. So one of our early bits on this is with Dr. Michael Igasa and Dr. Alana Bennett, a couple different studies here. We're trying to look directly at this thing, the perforate path. Now it leaves the entorhinal cortex here and it goes into the hippocampus. It sort of goes straight through here. It perforates the subiculum along the way. That's why it gets its name. And it ends up in the dentate, in CA3 here. And so it's supposed to be coming through right here. So if I had some fun techniques to try to quantify how well the diffusion is going in this one particular direction, I should see a nice little hotspot. Oh, right about there. So this was a PNAS paper a good dozen years or so ago now. We were able to see that, yes, in fact, if you look at sort of a cross section of this putative perforant path, you can see that it declines here with age. And in follow-up work here with Alana and Bennett, looking not only at the perforant path, but also at the fornix, being able to show things like, yes, not only do they decline with age, but how well you can do my memory task correlates with this connectivity in and out of the hippocampus. So just like the rodents there, we're able to see that, yeah, there are these changes. We've now been taking this, trying to get it a step further from shifting from traditional tensors, which solve your diffusion in these three-dimensional ellipsoids, to more complex models, and also to doing this thing called neurite orientation, dispersion, and density imaging, or NODI, which tries to look at every little spot in the brain and agnostic to whether it's white matter or gray matter, be able to say, let's try to characterize the diffusion in terms of, intracellular versus extracellular water versus free diffusion, or sometimes hindered and restricted diffusion, or sometimes NDI and ODI. These are all just different terms for trying to come up with a more complete mathematical model of the diffusion that's going on inside here. So with this is Hansi Radhakrishnan in my lab, Radhakrishnan in my lab, trying to be, being able to show that, yes, in fact, these diffusion characteristics do change with age. So this is even looking within a subfield of the hippocampus, the dentate CA3 subfield. It's the dentate that we think is doing this pattern separation. We can see that this NDI value increases with age. This is from a 2020 paper that she did. Not only can we see this happened to be a relatively small sample size. We've just now replicated it in a sample size. This is closer to about 150 or so people, showing it, again, it does increase with age. It actually increases also in the CA1 and the subiculum here. We can get nice correlations and everything with age, again, being able to show that this is a progressive age-related kind of change. But not only that, the actual diffusion, microstructural diffusion within the gray matter here can be used to actually explain at least a decent chunk of the variance in how well you do in a memory task. So this one happens to be the standardized neuropsychological task, the Ray Vault, but it's showing in a mediation model that age leads to a change in the NDI, this diffusion metric, which leads to a change in your memory ability. So all of this is then helping to try to confirm that sort of story that there are underlying changes in the hippocampal circuit. Another sort of way we're trying to look at this right now is using MR spectroscopy, which lets us quantify various metabolites inside of gray matter here. So for example, NAA, marker of neurons themselves and their integrity, myoinositol, often caused a glial or neuroinflammatory marker, GLX, combination of glutamate and glutamine, excitatory or excitatory inhibitory balance kinds of things. It goes through and you get these sort of like little spectra out of here because of the different molecular configurations. They're not just going to resonate, of course, at the frequency of hydrogen. And so the actual configuration alters then the actual resonance spectrum, which then is something that we can go and measure and use that to really quantify things. So we can see things like, yes, within the hippocampus, there are changes in myoinositol, this change in perhaps inflammatory kinds of things. Also changes in GLX, glutamate glutamine, not a reliable change here in total this neuronal integrity marker. We can see these kinds of things in the hippocampus, in the immediate adjacent fusiform gyrus. We're not seeing these kinds of things. And we can also see that, again, you can see things like this can actually explain some of the variance associated with memory ability. All right, so all of these kinds of things paint a picture to say that, yes, our hippocampus actually does decline with age. It declines in some very specific ways. We keep the gist, we lose the details behaviorally, and we can see that at least some of this is tied to age-related alterations in the hippocampal circuitry and functioning of it itself. Okay, so can we do anything though? Can we fix this? Well, here's this environmental enrichment idea. Decades worth of work in studies in rodents, this is even from a summary article in 2000, have shown some pretty phenomenal kinds of work. So the basic idea is if you take mice and you raise them in habitats like this, they're just 4 mice hanging out together in a relatively in a sparse kind of environment, versus you raise them in an enriched environment where there are things to interact with and things to do and some exercise to get and bigger and all this kind of thing, a number of things happen. One of the things that happen is there's an increase in adult neurogenesis in the hippocampus. There are changes in McGaugh and BDNF, all sorts of things that are going on here, but folks like Fröhlich have even shown that the amount of exploration that individual mice do is correlated with the number of new neurons born into their hippocampus. And remember, neurogenesis only happens in 2 places in the adult mammalian brain, the dentate gyrus of the hippocampus and the olfactory bulb. So leading an enriched life leads to changes in their hippocampus and also changes in their memory ability, which I'm not going to bother showing here. So a whole bunch of stuff has been done in that regard, but the question is, does this work in us? Would environmental enrichment actually help our memory and our hippocampus? So what could I do? How could I test this? Well, one option would be I could do something like this with humans and get these giant like jungle gyms for people to go and explore, but I don't know about you, my IRB is not happy with having people with harnesses and taking 80-year-olds and putting them on here, or putting them out in the woods and having them explore around and all this kind of thing. Maybe they'd get lost, break a hip. Okay, we can't do this for real. Actually, maybe we can. But person in my lab, Dane Clemenson, had a brilliant idea. And the idea was, why don't we just use large-scale commercial off-the-shelf video games, particularly those that are 3D immersive video games, as a way to provide this rich experience, a whole world to explore. People have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars often to go and create these environments, these incredible worlds, and make them engaging and fun to play. Could we use this as a way to have environmental enrichment? Now, when I first heard the idea, I thought that there's absolutely no way this is possibly going to work, but Dane had done lots of work in rodents and hadn't tested things in humans, so I said, fine, let's go, we'll do it, it's not gonna work. Here's the first data that he showed me. said, okay, he took people here on our undergraduate campus at UC Irvine. He took non-gamers and gamers, and then he said, okay, let's give them your memory task here. Remember, this is the hippocampal BART, remember one for the details. And he found that the gamers did better than the non-gamers. And in addition, the sort of complexity of the world they were working in and the complexity of the game correlated with their memory ability. So people who did more rich, more immersive, more 3D kinds of games did better on this memory task. And well, there are a lot of things that could be driving this kind of thing, and it's a really, really neat sort of thing, but I'm not going to believe it until we move it ourselves. So we did a small little trial here. It's about 75 individuals here, randomly assigned to one of 3 groups. We have our no game control. We also then would test people at the beginning, test people after 2 weeks worth of an intervention, and then do a 2-week washout period. And the intervention here is we would have them play only 30 minutes a day, play one of 2 games, or as I say, be in this no contact control. One game, we'll take this one here, Super Mario 3D World. Okay, it's a 3D perspective kind of thing. It's an immersive sort of thing. There's a whole world. And one of the cool things about 3D is as you move around in this, you get to see a lot more in the way of spatial relations. And it's meant even for little kids to be able to play. It's non-violent and this kind of thing, but it really does have a rich kind of experience. We needed something that was engaging, that did not have this a lot of information, a lot of enrichment. And so we picked the game Angry Birds. You don't happen to know this. You're pulling a bird back on sort of a slingshot, and you're trying to knock down this structure filled with pigs. Okay, that's the game. So 2 weeks worth of playing, a half-hour a day. What happens? Well, here's what happens. The no game control, we test 2 weeks later after the no contact intervention. Memory performance is identical. 2 weeks later, identical. Angry Birds, identical, nothing is going on here. But if you play Super Mario 3D World, your ability to do my memory task, which has nothing to do with plumbers or mushrooms or anything like this that's in the game, your memory gets better. You have an increase in this, and it's reliably better than the other groups here. And then after a washout period, it starts to decline. Or statistically staying about the same. Can't really say exactly what it's doing there, but it certainly seems to have a bit of a lasting effect. Huh. So we can do environmental enrichment in humans, and it affects hippocampal-based memory. Note, it does not affect that other kind of memory that's not so dependent on the hippocampus there. All right. Well, you may be saying to yourself something, right? Really? Seriously? Are you sure? This has to be a fluke. You know, sample sizes aren't huge. It's got to be a random kind of thing. Or, you know, all right, you've done it in college undergraduates. Could it actually help with aging? Are you really going to get older adults to be playing Super Mario 3D World? Is that really the answer to aging and memory? What is it about the game? And then also, are there some actual changes in the brain? So let me pick off a few of these here. First off, we said, all right, let's take this and let's now run the same exact thing again, but now let's do it in older adults. So we took folks, they're in their 70s and 80s here. And we said, all right, let's do the same basic thing. Again, Super Mario 3D World, Angry Birds. We made a couple of changes. One change is that instead of a no contact control, we installed a new game of solitaire on their own computer if they had one. So they already know this computer, they know how to play solitaire, it's a new solitaire game. And again, people think, oh, I'm playing a game, it's gonna make my memory better or something. It's at least a little bit more of a control. The other thing that we did is instead of just 2 weeks of an intervention, we did it for 4 weeks, and we tested halfway in between, we tested at the end, and then we tested after a 4-week washout. So we extended the duration of this. What do we see? All right, well, here's what we get. So here, you see, this is then the Super Mario group, and as you can see, their memory performance goes up and stays up even in this washout period. The solitaire group doesn't change at all. All right, now if you notice, I've left out one condition here. I left it out intentionally because even as we set this up the first time, we said, now wait a minute. We're going to be showing up to somebody, maybe they're 75 years old. We show up to their house with a flat screen TV, a gaming console, and they learn how to play Angry Birds, and they've never ever played video games in their life ever before. This is an enriching experience. It may not be as much as this one, but it's a lot more enriching than something like this. So we may be able to get a smaller effect, or maybe one that builds up for a little bit and then plateaus or something like this. We predicted that this one would be an intermediate effect. Sure enough, that's exactly what we saw. After 2 weeks, it's gone up and then it stays flat throughout that. It's enriching, but not as enriching as that to somebody who's never gamed before. All right. So how reliable is this? Now let's take this graph here, and I'm going to show you now 5 studies where the results all at once. To simplify this and make this work, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, look, let's take out all the curves because that's just a lot of data. Let's take the initial, let's take the end, let's compute the difference on this, and now let's just show it to you as a bar graph. All right. So in this case here, the solitaires was an unreliable but tiny effect. So it's the same data I just showed you, Angry Birds a middle one, and Super Mario a larger effect here. Okay, so here are those first 2 studies that I showed you. And yes, Angry Birds had no effect in the young, had a modest effect in the older adults. I think it's a decidedly different experience for them. All right, here's young adults where we took the game Minecraft and we controlled the world to vary the level of enrichment. So in this explore and build, they're actually learning how to build new structures, and they have to forage and find their stuff and do lots of exploration. If you have them just do one or the other, it seems to be an intermediate effect. And if they just basically are in a blank kind of world and build a simple house or something, it does nothing to them. Young adults. We said, okay, look, let's take that same exact thing and run it in middle-aged adults, cut down some of the number of conditions to be a little more efficient. We get the same sort of dose-dependent effect. If we say, okay, let's get people out of the video games and let's take older adults and put them actually in a park and give them locations. We made a little virtual scavenger hunt on a phone app. Say, go find this little thing. I don't know where that is. The phone would use the GPS and say, you're getting warmer, you're getting colder. And then we had a list of 20 items in the park. They would do a dozen of them or so each day, and then grab different ones each time, sorry, half dozen, grab different ones each time and slowly learn where these things are in a park. And then after they've done that for a week, we take them to a different park. We do it again and again. We do it for 4 weeks on that, and sure enough, again, that builds up. And if you notice, these are all basically the same size effect across 5 studies. And in every single one of these, that simple, more object recognition thing never reliably changes at all. It's only the hippocampal dependent one that changes. Now, by the way, it's always also nice to be able to have other people replicate your work. This is some work out of Peter Wace and Adam Ghazali, showing what they did is they constructed their whole VR kind of thing. They made their own world instead of using an off-the-shelf one, and they had people walking around inside of here. This LDI, this is the lower discrimination index. That is my exact memory measure on my exact task. And if you notice, and then the thing that they're doing here instead of the control, and also where they're in the lab and actually doing this, we actually see that, yes, in fact, they nicely improve on that, and their recognition doesn't change at all. All right, so we can have other people replicate this effect as well. So answering some of those questions. It's not a fluke. We've seen it 5 out of 5 times. We have an external replication on it. It's not just young adults. It works in middle-aged adults. It works in older adults. It doesn't matter. It seems to be the novelty in the game, the amount of raw information that you're getting, and that's why 3D exploration works so darn well. It's an incredibly enriched kind of experience with all of those spatial relations as you're wandering around the world, navigating in there. We're starting to see some promising signs of changing in the brain. It's a more elusive kind of thing for us to be able to have. We have a promising kind of effect in there, but it's not one that we're ready to actually go out and publish it. We got to be able to replicate it here internally. So take-home message number 2, these large immersive 3D video games can provide this environmental enrichment in humans and help improve memory function. So what should you be doing? Well, okay, look, yeah, you can use 3D video games. That's great. And it's nice because you don't have to leave the house to be able to do it. Good thing in a pandemic. Put on a VR headset and take tours of things. But quite possibly it would also be in reading new books, exposing yourself to novelty, exposing yourself to new things. Actually get out in the world and explore the world. If the hippocampus is, as Richard Morris said, the automatic encoding of attended experience, give yourself experiences, give yourself novel things, and that seems to be what's driving this. So with that, I want to thank the people who actually did all of the work on this. My longtime collaborator and my wife, Shauna Stark, was involved in all those. You saw the work of Dane Clemenson with all the video games, of Jess and of Hamzia as well, with their the diffusion and the spectroscopy stuff as well. Whole team of other folks working in the lab and our funding sources. And thank you very, very much.
Okay, thanks a lot, Greg, for this really wonderful presentation. I think for all who are doing computerized interventions and so on, that will be a milestone to look over it. That's really wonderful. Let me first have a look on question and answer. So I think that was just so interesting and explaining a lot. So maybe people come a little bit later with question. Maybe let me start with that. I understood that it's not kind of the enrichment in terms of detail, so it's the interaction. So this is important in this enriched environment. How much is it the interaction? How much is it necessary that they're meaningful or rewarding, motivating in this sense? Do you have an idea, or maybe it's just not too
that's a really good question, and something that we're hoping to really be able to follow up in some new research, because there are so many things that are really left open right now. We have done some things in which for example, we used Minecraft, and we had one group in which it's a totally barren world. We just give them whatever materials they need, and that really didn't do a whole heck of a lot. Simple exploration did, and it seemed as if you combine things, it does a little bit more. But as you say, how much is really driven by your motivation to get at it? Now, one insight we may be able to have comes from cognitive psychology experiments on learning and memory. And one of the big take homes there is it often doesn't matter why you did something, more matters that you did something. Now, okay, when we're getting reward hits of dopamine and that's reinforcing and altering, or you have stress hormones and that's reinforcing and altering the plasticity, absolutely. But if I give you a list of words or a list of pictures and I tell you I'm going to test you on these things versus I give you those same things and I don't tell you that you're going to be tested on them, as long as you did the same thing with them, it actually sticks in your mind just as well, sticks in your memory just as well. So when Richard Morris says it's the automatic encoding of attended experience, that's what our hippocampus is doing. And if we think evolutionarily, well, yeah, no, we're going to have to remember, oh, shoot, wait a minute. When I did this, that's when I found this food. That's when I almost got eaten by the lion or whatever our standard example here is. All those kinds of things there, we need to be able to go back and get to it. So it may not be that we have to have some explicit motivation. It may just be doing the thing and attending to it. But to me, that's one of the great things about these commercial games. I don't know about you, but if in your lab, if my lab tried to go and actually make one of these games, and we kind of have, they're okay. But researchers have a long history of creating games that are at best okay. They pale in comparison to any commercial game because huge numbers of talented people and tons of money have gone to make this and to make it engaging for us. So to me, that's one of the huge great wins about these games is they're designed to be interested. They want you to spend money on this, and people do freely a lot. And so therefore it does give that nice kind of hook. But scientifically being able to pull that apart, what if there's a social component to it? All of these kinds of things, does that, do these other things really not necessarily change the effect, but change how likely it is somebody will actually do this? We all know going to the gym is going to be better for us and we should get more exercise and we should maybe stop at the one glass of wine and eat more. Okay, well, a lot of us don't, but if there is something there that's making us do that, making it more enjoyable to do that, well, we will. So yeah, these are great kinds of things to start picking out.
Yeah, thanks. Extremely interesting. We don't have another question, but from Mrs. Koenig, so thanks for the great presentation of your impressive work. At least it's also feedback in this direction. So very interesting. So this engagement, so that you just experience this kind of details and relations between the stimuli or whatever that is in the environment. So that
seems to be what makes it work. Yep.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. So do you think you want to apply that also maybe for MCI, person with mild cognitive impairment?
Yeah, so this is then one of the areas that we are trying to take this, because if we can get to people, I mean, as we're aging, we are having problems, and certainly in MCI, you're having more and more. Now, am I going to be able to get them to play, you know, Super Mario? Probably not, no. But what if we could put on a virtual reality headset and give people over here in California a tour of Austria? Oh, that's an enriching experience. And then maybe next week it's Berlin, and maybe next week it's then, you know, Shanghai. And we can give all sorts of experiences this way and deliver it even when people also have physical kinds of mobility issues. And we can tailor them to the individual. Because the basic idea is that it's this new information that's actually doing it. Now, do I think that this is actually going to stave off all of progression to Alzheimer's disease? No. But like something like, you know, Aricept or something like this, can it be something that would actually improve your memory and be able to give you a higher quality of life for some period of time, even once you've hit MCI? Quite possibly, yes. So we are interested in trying to work with some groups that, you know, have populations that, you know, maybe it's a residential population. We're talking to a couple places to then try to see, can we actually bring this into the real world?
So it's really very, very exciting and very, very interesting. And yeah, so in the sense, as you mentioned, so maybe this kind of VR, whatever, exploration, maybe suited for this kind of person that are aged a little bit more and so on. So maybe that's the next step. I know some who would like to start in this direction. So
exactly.
Yeah. So what about your view? I mean, is your team also thinking about doing something in this direction, or are you?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is, of course, that these are big. I mean, my lab, my background has traditionally been things like, I'll take college undergraduates who are here on campus and earn extra credit for experiments to do some memory task. Then maybe I'll stick them inside of an MRI scanner and okay, now we'll do work with a few patients, we'll do work with older adults, but these styles of interventions, it's a very, very different kind of problem. Being able to have people engaged, being able to have staff work with them, you know, every day or every few days on this kind of thing. And so to me, this is then something that is going to take a real partnership. And so that's then why finding, we call them memory care facilities, this sort of thing that want to try to partner with, you know, with us to be able to do it, is really going to be what it'll take to make this happen. But the other sort of take home from this, there are a lot of great questions and offshoots and other experiments that can be done. If what my work has done has been able to show other groups that, you know what, this does have some real potential here. There have been a number of other studies that have looked at other, you know, kinds of enrichments, and sometimes there are mixed results, and there is something here. We've seen it now in 5 independent studies. Another lab has replicated it. All right. There are a lot of questions. There are a lot of different things we might try this in. So other groups, try it. You have the preliminary data in many ways now to be able to motivate and say, look, let's go and do this. And to me, that'll be really the interesting kind of thing when a lot of different people start, you know, trying to see, okay, let's do this in this population. I mean, we know that in PTSD and depression and all sorts of other areas, there are implications then in the hippocampus. So, well, if it works in mice and rats, it seems to work here in us as well. Let's give it a shot.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we want to start something. Really great. So fine. Yeah. So the whole structure in your experiment, so that you have these different kind of ages and the different kind of complexity. That's really extremely, I think, insightful, and I think we all enjoyed very much your presentation and also your further information. Yeah. so far, I think there are not any more questions, but I'm very sure that this will make a lot of brains work now.
People can also feel free to contact me if they want off.
Yeah. Thanks. And we will, of course, also publish the whole video of the symposium, including your presentation, of course. Of course, ask everyone if that's okay, if it's, so to say, accepted, and hope then also to connect to many other people and organizations and make it meaningful for as many as possible people, so to say. Yeah, thank you so much, Craig. It was really, I think we will talk a lot afterwards about the talk, and makes our brain work. And yeah, I think we are at the end of this day, or we had different kind of presentations from kind of more digital technology oriented. We had the AI, now we had the neurobiological background with also the digital technologies. I think it's now to finalize and to say thanks again to all the presenters, and also to those who were active in the meeting, asking, of course, also those who were attentive. Yeah, I think we all want to do again a new symposium next year, and we just hope very much that it will definitely be possible to meet you in Krems, in the really very beautiful city of Krems with historic buildings, also very interesting museum with very old archaeological items. And yeah, wine is also something that maybe rounds up a very nice experience. So thank you all really very much, also in place for all the other co-chairs. Thank you. Have a very nice weekend. And yeah, and come back if you have ideas and questions and so on. And thank you so much. See you and all the best.